All righty, folks, it's 5:30, so we'll call this meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. We'll go ahead and we're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and it will be led from our students from Dr. Mildred Dalton Henry Elementary School. So let's all please rise.
Good evening to the Board of Trustees. Welcome to Mr. Nopoulos' fourth grade class of amazing scholars at Henry Elementary. We encourage everyone to please join us as we stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to America.
Everyone, please stand. Put the right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wow, outstanding job, students. If that doesn't make you smile, I don't know what will. So, all righty, folks, let's go ahead and move to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any items that we need to discuss?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Solon?
We have a read-in under closed session, existing litigation, claim number 585268. The amount is being revised to $80,000. Correct.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Solon. Anything else? All righty, let's go ahead and vote as the agenda's been amended. Ms. Cunningham?
She said didn't show up.
All righty, motion carries. Agenda's been approved as amended. 1.4, inspirational message. Ms. Maya Ceballos.
Thank you, President Wyatt. Good evening. And yes, so I didn't have anything planned or written or anything like that. So, but I do want to take the opportunity to recognize February as African American History Month. And, as we enter into the month of February, just really keeping, everything that all of the accomplishments that our African American community, has been able to achieve. Also
remembering Dr. Margaret Hill as well through this month, commemorating her and her accomplishments as well. Other than that, we're here, we're alive, which is a blessing in its own already. And I just want to remind everyone, to be mindful as we continue the school year. It's been a really tough school year for everyone, staff, children, parents, community, and just remember to be graceful with one another and encourage each other and support each other as best as we can, because realistically speaking, everybody's struggling to stay afloat. And we are here tonight, and hopefully we can speak about and focus on what is best for children in the next couple of months before summer comes, right? Making sure that we finish the year strong. And with no more left to say, hopefully we also have a smooth meeting today, and we are able to end a little bit earlier than we're usually accustomed to. So, but other than that, I thank everybody for coming out today, and thank you.
All righty, thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Well done. All righty, folks, we'll move on to 2.0, closed session. 2.1, closed session, public comments. And we did have one public comment. Ms. Ashley Akala, our SBTA president, come on up. Welcome.
Good evening, President Wyatt, Superintendent Irvin, members of the board and cabinet. I'm Ashley Alcala, president of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and tonight I'm speaking to you on behalf of our 3,000 members. This continues to be a school year like no other. Our members continue to put the needs of the district, our students, and the broader community above our educators' needs for a safe and trying to be virus-free learning environment. The district and SBTA are in reach of an agreement, and I applaud this Board of Trustees for your leadership on behalf of our educators. In an NPR report today, teachers are burnt out and looking for the exits in massive numbers that we've never experienced before. I hear the fatigue in my members' voices, and yet they show up every day knowing that there may be new and expected challenges that they will face. With the current offer that's on the table, we will fall behind other districts we compare with for educators. Unless we negotiate for the upcoming year, we will fall further behind than where we are currently. SBTA also recognizes that the district would benefit from offering an early retirement incentive for employees to take advantage of either this year or next. Why hasn't that been discussed at this point in time? The districts that SBCUSD compete with for employees have, for the most part, agreed to respectable on-schedule salary raises and have done so expediently and in recognition of this unprecedented year. The fact that the district and SBTA have not settled on a fair, respectable on-schedule raise 6 months into the year is unacceptable. And I say this on the heels of what our governor announced last month. The 22-23 budget will also include another 5.33 COLA for next fiscal year, compounding the 5.07% COLA that the district received this year. Our fight for a permanent salary increase is fair, respectable, and affordable. But the question remains, does the district have the will to demonstrate value to our educators? Does the district have the will to retain educators who put our communities first during a global pandemic? Does the district have the will to illustrate respect to our educators who time and again put the district's interests ahead of their own? Does the district have the will to attract and reward educators who have chosen San Bernardino over other districts that we compare and compete with this year and in future years? Does the district have the will to respect our educators with a competitive ongoing salary raise given the settlements of our comparison districts? SBTA has been a working fair partner with SBCUSD for many years, and both parties have benefited from our willingness to collaborate and execute shared goals in the past. Why is this year any different? We hope to renew this partnership, which yields benefits for both the district and my members, and this includes an ongoing permanent salary raise. Thank you and good evening.
I'd like to just say tonight, we don't get a chance to see the teachers out, but thank you. And we really do appreciate you. And we know how tough the last 2 years have been. And it's only because of our partnerships and the willingness for you to come in and work day in and day out that we've been able to be successful. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
I also want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I was a teacher and a teacher of teachers. I know how hard it is to show up every day, to put yourselves in, not have in danger in your families, but yet you show up. And that courage to show up, the love for our kids, love for, being a teacher is deep. And I know that you all are dedicated and you care for our kids and their families. So I too thank you for all of your dedication and your love and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you. And I want to just echo the same thing. And I think on this entire board, we're certainly appreciative to everything that you all continue to do for us. Some of you, as I look out, were even still here when my kids were here. And we appreciate you because, as has been said, it's been a struggle and it's been hard, but yet you get up and you do it every day. So thank you so much on behalf of all of us.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
So I also want to obviously chime in and thank every one of you for all of the work that you've done over the past, especially during this, past 2-3 years coming into the pandemic. I know that days are long. I know that, students are behind. I get all of those things because I see them every day as well at my job. And so thank you. Thank you for sticking in there, and you are appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Rosales Medina?
As everyone has mentioned, our teachers have faced huge challenges, and with those challenges, they're still coming and educating our kids. So I want to say thank you so much. And last thing would say is action speaks louder than words. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And I will go ahead and end by saying, first I'll start by saying, I was going to say no public comments from the board, but on this particular issue, I think it's very important that we do say thank you for all that you've done. Most of you probably already know I'm an educator, and I could say this is by far the hardest year that I've ever had in my career. I thought last year was, I was like, can't get any worse than that. Well, then this year came along, right? And it's been one heck of a challenge, I'll tell you, but we continue to rise to that challenge, and that's what we do as professionals. We come to work every day and we give 110%. So we really do appreciate you up here on the board. Probably the only reason why I said go ahead and respond, because I'm trying to get these board meetings a little bit shorter, but this particular topic and then you being here tonight means a lot to us. So thank you again. All righty, we're going to move to 2.2, adjourn to closed session, and we should be out by hopefully 7 o'clock, maybe sooner, but we will be back for 7 o'clock in our next thing. Thank you, everyone. All right, folks, we'll go ahead and get back in session. We'll be moving on with a couple announcements here from closed session. And folks, I just would like to remind you that we are still a mask mandate district and we need to wear a mask, please. So thank you for that. All right, 3.1, approval of elementary vice principal, Brown Elementary School.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. It was Dr. Flores. Mine's not coming. Mine's looping. I apologize. Mine's not coming up on my screen. Is anybody else's coming up?
I did mine.
Brown,
No, I mean even the content information.
did you find it, Dr. Ware?
I don't even have the name. I apologize.
Well, you're at Courtney Weber, correct?
No, that wasn't the first one.
Are you at 3.1? Or,
Karen, my screen is locked.
are we at 3.1? It's 3.1 is Courtney Weber. No, it's Courtney Weber. Mr. Tillman, he may be able to pull it. Can you pull it on yours? He can pull it on his. Yeah.
All right, and my apologies there. My screen's still locked, but thank God I have partners next to me. All right, 3.1 was actually approval of elementary vice principal, Brown Elementary School, Miss Courtney Weber. We had a motion by Mr. Tillman, a second by Dr. Flores, and I believe we had no comment, but we still have to vote. I'm gonna say we still have to vote. Did we vote?
Scott, you're going to have to do verbal. Everybody else has
Oh,
voted.
really? Uh-oh. Well, my answer is aye.
You
Ms.
did
Weber,
it.
can you stand so we all know who you are and who that lovely lady is next to you as well?
Congratulations. But did he say yes?
And Mr. Tillman is going to read the closed session action since I have no screen working right now.
3.2, approval of elementary vice principal, Hillside Elementary School. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee: Manuel Reyes, elementary school vice principal, Hillside, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding 035. So moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Mine's a verbal. Mine is aye.
I think he's here.
All righty, motion carries. Congratulations to, it's Mr., I believe, Mr. Reyes. Are you here this afternoon? Or this evening? All right. Congratulations. For those of you that didn't know, Courtney came up in our district all the way. Do you mind if I share a little bit? Started as a custodian in our district and worked her way all the way up. So congratulations, Courtney, and both are Cal State San Bernardino graduates as well. So it's great when we have grow our own folks. So thank you both and congratulations. All righty, 3.3, claim number 585268. You want to take that one?
Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves settlement agreement claim number 585268 in the amount of $60,000. Oh, it's been changed to $80,000. The Board of Education authorizes Deborah Love, Director of Purchasing, to sign any related documents. So moved.
Been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Ms. Ceballos? President Wyatt, I need a verbal.
Aye. All right, motion carries. We'll move on.
3.4, expulsion of students. Be resolved that the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on the review of the panel's finding of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following students with the identification number as listed in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code, Section 48900, 456395, 452156. So moved.
Second. All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Our response is aye.
Three point 3.5, the following students recommendation for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they were recommended for expulsion, the expulsion is not granted. 40878, 525-185, 496-326, 423-423. So moved. It's been moved and second. Vote, please.
Aye.
Three point seven, petition to expunge, rescind. 3.6, student recommended for suspension or expulsion, excluding mandatory offenses, but remanded to youth court for other means of correction. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of facts of positive youth development and orders the suspension or expulsion of the following students with the identification numbers as listed in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900, 509068, 456545, 401000, 451520, 443857. So moved.
Second. Second.
It's been moved in second. Vote, please.
Aye.
Three point eight, other closed session action. There was none.
7.
3.7.
3.7, petition to expunge, rescind, or modify youth court or expulsion. Be resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the expulsion and/or youth court modification, expungement, or rescinding of the following students with identification numbers as indicated below to schools of the San Bernardino City Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code 48900, student number 517704. So moved.
Second.
So moved in second. Vote, please.
Aye.
Motion passed. Other closed session action? I don't believe there was no other action. Personnel Commission report. 4.1. Please turn your microphone on. We can't hear you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
You can, okay. So good evening, Board, Dr. Scott Wyatt, Mr. Tillman, members of the board, Mr. Irvin, wherever he's at, and Cabinet. My name is Irma Garcia, Personnel Director for the Personnel Commission Department. First, I wanted to say on behalf of the Personnel Commission staff and commissioners that we are very saddened by the loss this board has had with Dr. Hill's passing. We will keep Dr. Hill's family, friends, and our board in our thoughts and prayers. Again, thank you for having me tonight to provide updates specific to classified recruitment, testing, interviews, hiring for the past calendar year, 2021. As you know that there have been some hiring challenges in the classified side of the house. And last year, even though, ever since we've come back as well, we continue with those challenges. And although my team has made strides to fill as many vacancies as possible, we continue to feel the strain and hardship. And so next slide, please. I wanted to start by providing the board with a brief intro to the major functions and responsibilities that fall under the umbrella of the Personnel Commission Department. The Personnel Commission oversees the classified employment processes, which include classification, recruitment, testing. The Personnel Commission oversees establishing, maintaining, and monitoring eligibility lists, also the selection interviews, and also the vacancy log is also maintained and monitored in the Personnel Commission Department. We also receive requests and consider working out of classification requests. And also the last bullet, employee discipline process. So whenever the board takes action against a permanent classified employee, the employee has rights, and those appeal rights are taken care of in the Personnel Commission Department. And that's something the commission affords classified employees. Next slide, please. And so updates on what happened in 2021 in our department. And we've opened approximately 107 recruitments. Many of the same were opened multiple times. Due to the high needs of certain positions, we've had to open multiple recruitments of the same classification. So, even though staff worked remotely half of 2021, we were also able to participate in 3 job fairs. And one that we hosted with our Human Resources Department, the drive-through job fair that took place at the Waugh Building. And so we were happy to welcome approximately 300 visitors. For 2021, we also received, reviewed, and processed approximately 7,500 applications. And that's with the 107 recruitments that we've opened. So for recruitments that opened and closed in 2021, staff also administered job-related examinations. Next slide, please. And so staff also coordinated approximately 211 sets of interviews. And those could be single position interviews along with mass interviews with multiple sites and departments. And for example, we have large recruitments that take place at mass, like our cafeteria workers. It's always more practical to have multiple position interviews so that we can fill more than one at a time. The commission also ratified 917 employment actions, and those employment actions are listed below that bullet. One of our biggest ones was the additional assignments, where we sign up our substitutes, and one person can serve in several substitute capacities, and so that's why we had that significant number. We also received and processed 231 working out of classification requests. The commission approved 11 reclassifications at various departments. And also the commission approved 11 job classifications. 11 job classifications, and which includes 7 revisions and 4 newly established positions. And the last bullet, the commission facilitated 3 employee discipline appeals before a hearing officer. All right, next slide, please. All right, so that's our last slide. I just wanted to remind the board, we have a small team of 7 staff members in the Personnel Commission Department that take on the huge task of pushing through and filling as many vacancies as possible. We have a personnel analyst, Ms. Tamara Booker. She's actually here with me today. 3 associate personnel analysts, a secretary 3, a bilingual clerk 2, and of course myself. Staff is very busy working through the challenges, and we appreciate the commission, our 3 commissioners that we have, for leading such a great team. And I am actually fortunate to have Ms. Valeria Dixon here tonight with us. And that's all I had. I don't know if there's any questions or.
Oh, no, thank you very much, Ms. Garcia, and I do believe we have some questions. I see Ms. Rosales Medina's light on, so. Ms.
Yes, no, I just definitely want to, first of all, thank you for letting us kind of do an overview of what you all do. Unfortunately, with small staff, 7 staff members, which is crazy to me, honestly. That's a lot of work for 7 staff members. But I do want to mention Ms. Dixon, who is the chairperson for the Personnel Commission, and she was involved as a parent for many, many years with her own daughter in the school district. So I just want to say thank you for joining us. And I don't know if she's also part of maybe saying a few words or so, but I'd like to ask a few questions with regards, or even having her experience with working with the Personnel Commission. Maybe if she sees any areas that we could receive, or we can send additional support.
So, good evening, Dr. Wyatt, Mr. Tillman, and the rest of the board, and Assistant Superintendent and Superintendents. I wasn't going to say anything tonight. I just want to be here to support the staff. But yes, I will say something. One of the things, and Irma was being very modest about the struggle to hire people. It's happening not just in school districts. It's happening in all organizations. I don't know. We have plenty of jobs all over the place, not just in the school districts. But one of the things I had a discussion with Dr. Funches yesterday is doing a marketing campaign. We need, we have done some things. There has been some electronic billboards. We've participated in community events and things like that. But I would like to see maybe some funding, maybe in our LCAP. I don't know if it's possible to market our district, to get more people. We have open and promotional, and those folks do promote up, but then we have to backfill those positions, and some of them are entry-level positions, and it would be nice to get some other candidates to come apply for the job and hopefully get the job if they qualify and they're good for the job. So we really need to see about having some funding so that we can really do a big promotion to get people to come and work for this great district.
Thank you, and definitely we can look into, if that's something that we can definitely do. But I know with 7 staff members, like I said, I don't know how you're all doing it, and you're all still hiring and doing everything that you need to do in order to have our district moving forward. I do have several questions, and that goes to either the 3 of you or even with the district. And these is like more of the hiring practices. Is it, because even out there, I have several I hear comments in regards to practices of hiring is not necessarily equal across the board and how we're doing it. So I'm wondering and that goes to the district, do we have a policy that kind of sets a standard to ensure that if there is this practice of, we have one area that's not necessarily following suit of what the process is, another area that does following the suit. So I don't know if you can answer that, or the district, of well, first of all, let me just backpedal. What is the process of hiring? If you can explain that, is it board approved before, and then you look at opening the position, or is it where it's going to the commission? We don't know about it, but then you're starting the process of hiring, and then it goes to the board for approval. Yes.
So typically how we begin the employment process to fill, positions, we try to be as proactive as possible. Whereas if we know someone is retiring soon and we don't have an eligibility list to use to fill that position when that position is vacated, we usually try to open recruitment in advance, as in advance as possible, to try to get ahead and try to be able to staff our positions as fast as possible. Typically, when we don't know a position is going to be vacant soon, we receive notice via a requisition that is received in our office, where it triggers recruitment or possible looking at our current eligibility list to see if there are any viable ranks and candidates that we can hire for that vacant position.
And is that a common practice across the board? And I don't want to put you on the spot. It's more or less just finding if we do have a policy that kind of sets a standard of how we're doing the practices of hiring across the board, if there are inconsistencies. And like I said, I should probably just ask the district directly so we can make sure we do create those policies if we don't have one in place. That way it can help, with the process. But thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Flores.
Yes, I want to state thank you for the presentation. You're small but mighty.
Yes.
Really mighty. And it seems like you need more help, right? Yeah, so you probably should consider that. Anyway, my grandmother used to say, si no hablas, Dios no te oye. If you don't speak up, God doesn't hear you.
Yes.
Not that we're God, but I mean, But anyway, I just wanted to thank you again very deeply, for all your work. It's really, really important. And, our community, we're the largest employer in the whole city, and it's really important that our community knows that there are jobs available. And so we should be supportive of assisting you in marketing those positions and so forth, and also giving the perception, like Ms. Medina said, that there's equity, in applying and the employment process as well. And also, what happens when we have approved an abolishment in a position? How is that reinitiated? Do we reinitiate the district for you guys to go through the process again to approve it in terms of abolished position?
So an abolished position would just kind of end there once the board approves it. We don't really do anything with that position unless it was replaced. And so if that position, the abolishment, was replaced, then we go through the filling of the position, that process.
So then if we want to reinstate it, it's the district, Dr. Funches would have to request that it gets reinstated?
Correct.
And then you would go through a process to reinstate it?
To
or
reinstate
go through
it.
all the, what is it that you do?
So we post it on our vacancy log so that if there is any transfer interest with other classified employees holding, similar classification or same classification, they can put in transfers and we can start the process of filling that position.
No, I'm talking about reinstating it. Do we have to reinstate it?
The board has to approve a reinstatement.
A reinstatement
yes.
first
Yes.
before you can fill the position?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know people get tired of my historical perspective, but I have a great appreciation for Chairperson Dixon and Vice Chairperson Salazar and the other member, Mr. Bond. And for you also, Ms. Garcia, I remember when the Personnel Commission was at a stalemate and totally dysfunctional and brought the district to its knees because we couldn't hire and fill positions. The commission itself has a lot of autonomy. It's designed that way so you can have a fair process. So I appreciate the process, but it's all about the people to make it work right. So I commend all of you for doing the work that you do. It's just wonderful to see a functioning personnel commission. So I can't thank you all enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I say something real quick? I appreciate that, Mr. Tillman, because when I came aboard, there was 500 classified empty positions, and that was my goal, to make sure that we hired qualified candidates and it was fair. And if you've ever come to the meetings, and these guys can tell you, that's what I'm all about, being fair, and that we're conducting the process correctly, and that we're hiring the best qualified candidate. And, my goal is to get people in this community jobs. And so that's why I want to talk about the marketing campaign, so people know we're hiring. We're here. We need you at our neighborhood schools. We need you to support the kids so that our kids can grow up and be successful. That's why I'm in it. That's why I do it. And that's why I show up. And, I didn't have anything prepared, but you can tell I'm passionate about making sure that our kids are getting the best of the best so they can be successful. Thank you.
And Ms. Dixon, that's a very easy ask. Like I said, you're greatly appreciated. I know the work that you've done. Maybe working with the superintendent and maybe Dr. Funch's office, we can coordinate where we can, or if there has to be agendized for the board to give direction, President Wyatt, funds so we can do that recruitment, because I think it's a great idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Rogers?
Thank you. And just real quick, good to see you all, and you, Ms. Dixon, having the nerves to retire. But just to put it in context, what do we have the number of vacancies? Is that a number that we can know?
We have 247.
247? Okay. Various, I'm sure, all across the board. Okay. Thank you.
Just a follow-up, since I know they're kind of busy. What kind of positions do you see that are the top three that we currently, for those that may be listening and maybe want to apply?
So the top most needed is cafeteria worker, and our special education instructional positions, and our playground positions. Those are our top highest needed positions.
Okay, great. Thank you for sharing that.
Sorry, the light system is still on. Maybe that's messed up too. Well, no, thank you again, Ms. Garcia, for all the work that you guys do. Wow, 7 for 8,000, that's how I look at it. That's a pretty tough ratio, but thank you for getting those vacancies filled over the years too. I remember when I first came on the board and hearing that, and I was like, oh my gosh, how are we getting the job done? But let's get those advertisements out there and recruit some great people to come to our organization. So thank you again. Alrighty, folks, we'll be moving on to resolutions 4.2, resolution in recognition of National School
Are we
Counseling.
gonna, did you guys get my message about the public comments? No? Mind you
You want
all.
to go? Yeah, we can do that. If the board is in agreement. All right, we will pause the resolutions and let's move on to 5.0 public comments. 5.1 receive public comments. And we will start with the first one, which is Mr. Terry Boykins. Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening, board. Dr. Wyatt, new president, appreciate you serving. Mr. Tillman, Dr. Rogers, all of you, we want to say thank you from Project Fighting Chance. Just to give you an update, most people are aware of us because of what we've accomplished in boxing. But the reality of it is our enrichment program has garnered national attention. that is very significant. And there are things that are happening in that enrichment program that I think it would behoove the board to come and find out what exactly goes on after school at Project Fighting Chance outside of boxing. And I know Ann Pearson and Dr. Rodriguez had a chance to join me recently on something very significant involving diversity, equity, inclusion with the top women executives in the construction industry that are interested in Project Fighting Chance in its role of reducing childhood violence, aggression, and trauma. But more importantly, looking at the future labor force and how coping skills and mechanisms of today's youth will affect productivity of tomorrow's workplace. That is what's going on in the enrichment room at Project Fighting Chance. There are other national activities that are happening with regards to the attention. We are constantly getting contacted from around the country to expand Project Fighting Chance's system and philosophy as it relates to childhood trauma. And Dr. Menares and Dr. Hill and Dr. Rodriguez, I think 5 years ago or so, when you all stepped into that place, I think today, as Alphabet did a 20-to-1 split, Project Fighting Chance has done well with your investment. And I would invite all of you to come to Project Fighting Chance to see what's going on around the country. What you have here is one of the issues that we're concerned about, the impact of bullying and coercion and manipulation of sex trafficking in our respective schools and our communities. Project Fighting Chance has partnered with the District Attorney's Office, and we will be doing a very strategic outreach to work with young ladies who are confronted with this kind of coercion. And we are going to do it MGM style in boxing, center ring, sex trafficking to address issues. And then we will follow that up with teen dating violence, intimate partner violence, domestic violence, as well as sexual assault and abuse, particularly as it relates to young people transitioning into college, understanding that 1 in 5 young ladies will be victims of assault on a college campus. That is going to happen at Project Fighting Chance. And we want to invite you, we want to invite the board to come meet your students after school. I know Dr. Irvin has been there. I've had a chance to see some of the things we're doing. I want to invite you all to take a walk with our youth, your students, in the Tranquility Garden and listen to some of the things that they are confronted with that they bring after school. And so we want to invite you to the 24th and talk to the young ladies about the issues and the risks of trafficking and predators and what we can do more after school to make a difference in San Bernardino City Unified School District. Thank you, Board.
Mr. Boykins, thank you, and yeah, great presentation. Just want to let you know, too, some of us on this board also sit on the executive board of the Gangs and Drugs Task Force, and
Yes.
I think we could definitely get behind, what you're doing with the young ladies. I know that's a huge issue for us throughout the county, and you'd have our full support as well. Dr. Flores?
I want to personally thank you. This is really important. And for being guardian angels of our children and protecting them when they're not in school or could be in school as well. And I will be there on the 24th.
Excellent.
Thank you. Where is it?
It will be at 1263 Union Street.
1263 Union.
And if you all know the Home and Neighborly Service, we are at the Home and Neighborly Services. We're in the back to
I'm sorry, I can't hear
the
you.
Home and Neighborly Services.
Okay. Oh, of neighborhood
12
services.
Yeah, the Home and Neighborly Services.
Yeah.
And also, too, if you get a chance to come by, we have actually practically refurbished that space from the Tranquility Garden to the paint. I just came from Ontario, have a company that's going to partner with us that is actually providing us new refrigerators so that we can put meals in for youth. We'll have new carpet that's being put down. We have volunteers that are coming in to do a paint makeover. Get a chance to see what's going on. Of course,
Are you there every day?
Monday through Friday?
Monday through
from
Friday?
3 to 6:30.
From 3 to 6:30.
And Abigail, I know you've come by with the mural dedication. Appreciate you participating in that. But get a chance to come by. Dr. Rodriguez is there, frequently. Get a chance to come by and let the youth of San Bernardino City Unified School District meet the board. They
Thank
need
you for
to
the
meet you all.
invitation.
Thank
I
you.
just got this book.
Yes.
It's called Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And I was going to share it with the board later, but it's, you're right on in terms of how we need to support our kids in many aspects, not just academically, in terms of protecting them, but also giving them guidance as well.
And Dr. Flores, to add to that, the pathways in terms of what's happening with regards to women who are constantly battling with regards to male-dominated industry, particularly
Right.
construction industry. I'll be in conversation with them tomorrow. But when you look at the worth, the construction trade in 2022 is expected to spend $1.6 trillion, represent only by 10% of female executives and women in that industry. And they are interested in understanding a little bit more about what Project Fighting Chance has been doing to focus on their mental health at such an early age. If we can focus in on children going to prison by evaluating their 3rd and 4th grade reading scores, we ought to be able to evaluate some of the things they do after school to see what pathways they
Yes.
can have for their careers. And so that's what we're going to be doing.
That's excellent.
Project Fighting Chance.
Excellent.
All right, Mr.
Thank you.
Boykins, it is time,
Thank
but I
you.
had one more question for Ms. Ceballos. Thank you.
I was just going to ask, Dr. Flores asked where the location was. It's off of Mount Vernon, right? Is that your Union and Mount Vernon?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Very familiar with it as well. My son used to go there a couple years back.
Very
so,
good.
And Charles, say hi to him
Okay,
for
I
me.
will. I'll definitely do
Yeah.
that. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we'll be there. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you again,
Miles.
Mr.
Thank you.
Wilkins.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, next public comment is April Branson. Come on up. Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me? So I don't have a fancy speech. I have no clue. I'm just here as a parent asking you guys for help. There's a large group of us, parents, moms, who feel like we are not getting a voice. You guys are elected to be our voice. And we do not want our children masked. We do not want vaccine mandates. And we are our children's voice, and you're supposed to be our voice, and we're not being heard. There's a large group of us that feel this way and are trying to do everything we can and just feel like we have nowhere left to do. We just have to play this game or our kids can't go to school. And I don't think that is fair. I don't think that should be asked of any parent. Also, I just can't help but notice, when I walked in here tonight, seeing the sea of people and packed house, and I was so happy, like, yes, our parents, our teachers, they care. But I was equally disheartened to see every one of them pretty much walk out of the room as soon as they were done cheering for a raise. It didn't seem like they care about the rest of this. They're clapping and cheering for the teachers to make more money, and they're not sticking around to give our children a voice, to hear what the plans are, to see where the rest of the money is going. They're not invested in all that, and that's very disheartening to see as a parent. But I just want to know, when are we going to get some answers? I mean, we're seeing that these masks are not effective. Every day I am getting letters from my school saying there's another COVID case, and then they're going to want to put group testing in place, which last time I checked, you needed my permission to do something to my child, let alone an invasive procedure. I had to sign a paper so that my child's picture could be used, but my child is automatically enrolled to get a medical test done without my consent. I don't understand how that is legal. I'm actually looking into that. I understand it put on pause, and I hope it's thrown out the window, because it is horrible for people to assume that I'm okay with my child getting a medical test done without me present, which my 6-year-old, I'm at every doctor's appointment with him, right? Holding his hand at the dentist. He's not used to mommy not being there. And now someone's gonna stick something up his nose without me knowing, without me being there, being present. From my understanding, most of these COVID liaisons doing the testing are not required to have a medical background of any kind. What if they hurt one of these children? Has anybody thought of these things? We as parents don't have any answers. We are told this is what's going on. If you happen to read the paper shoved in your child's backpack between all the other papers and drawings, then you can opt them out. But if you miss that, sorry, your kid's getting testing done whether you are okay with that or not. That seems pretty backwards from when, I guess 20 years ago when I was in school, when my mom had to sign papers for me. And I don't understand when that decided to switch, when anyone else thought that they have a say over my child's body. I think this needs to be addressed. I don't understand how this is happening. The same thing happened with the sex ed curriculum. My child's automatically enrolled unless I opt out. Says who? I'm the parent. I should have to give permission. If I have to sign a paper for my child's picture to be shown in a yearbook, shouldn't I have to give my permission for all these things that should be up to me? And I just feel like us parents are not having a voice. You guys are supposed to be our voice too, not just the other side. You guys are supposed to be speaking for us too. And as I spoke to a couple of you out in the foyer, I am going to be moving if you guys come up with these vaccine mandates. I have to move my family out of this state that I was born and raised in because I will not do that to my child with the lack of testing. I will not do it. And everything is just up in the air. If I have to move out of state, I need notice. I need to know. It can't just be, well, we haven't voted on that yet, and then get a letter saying, oh, you have to have it by June of next year. And then, oh, no, just kidding, we're not sure yet. Like, we need answers. We need you guys to vote. We need to know where you all stand on this. Several school districts have already. Apple Valley had a vote and voted against it and said they would not be enforcing it regardless. But here we are in San Bernardino, no clue, no answers. Am I selling my house? I don't know. We're going to wait and hear from you guys. When? So I'm just asking, begging you guys to please be our voice too. Be my children's voice. What? Time? Oh, it still has time on there. Oh, extra. Okay. So does anyone have any questions for me? Or that was just the other guy?
No,
You had lots to say to him.
No, I do want to say.
Yes.
No, I hear your concerns, and I think an example of the board hearing the concerns, when we heard about the proposed group testing, it was a discussion that happened, and that's the reason why it was put on pause. So I hear from parents who are concerned, and it does factor in. So you are being heard and listened to, and that is what drives the decisions from the board.
But who, just curious, honestly, who made that decision to send a letter home on Friday to say your kids could be tested as soon as Tuesday?
We can't talk about it here because it's public comment, but it is agendized for tonight. So you can just wait for that item tonight.
So, but apparently enough people thought that was an okay idea because it was done. Correct? Okay, well, thank you for hearing me.
Ms. Rosales Medina.
I just wanted to clarify, were you all, was it the last board meeting that we passed a resolution? Just wondering. It was the last board meeting that we did pass a resolution.
It was within the last two.
Was it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I think it was within the last two resolutions.
Yes. Okay,
meetings,
just
yeah.
making sure, because in case
Yeah, we
maybe they didn't see that we did. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. And thank you, Ms. Benson. All righty, Ms. Andrea Schindler. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board and cabinet. First, I want to say thank you for passing a resolution in support of exemptions and parental choice should the COVID-19 vaccine be mandated for students next year. I do have a few questions. If the COVID-19 vaccine is added to the list of required school vaccines, will exemptions be abolished? We know that past practice has been to deny exemptions for required school vaccines. So what can assure us that this would be any different with the COVID-19 vaccine? If students are allowed an exemption, will they be forced to attend distance learning? Since unvaccinated students pose no more risk than vaccinated students, this would be a discriminatory act denying them first best instruction, which would have devastating effects on them academically, socially, and emotionally. Will these same exemptions be considered for employees, as we were not included in that resolution? It troubles me that my 20 years of experience as a teacher would be passed over for a vaccinated new hire, knowing that data from the CDC has proven that vaccinated and unvaccinated can contract and spread equally. And so therefore, hiring and terminating employees based on vaccination status is a blatant act of discrimination. What makes this mandate so different? And what I mean by that is, I think Dr. Flores, in a previous meeting, you mentioned something about having to be careful about the wording, about there's only certain things you guys can say or do. But my question is, why is this, Governor, why is this mandate so different in comparison to the boldness that our board used in 2017 in response to our former president's executive orders? In that resolution, you stated, be it further resolved that this district shall provide a public education regardless of a child or family's immigration status, absent of any applicable federal, state, or local law or any court decision. Yet now what I'm hearing you say is you don't have the power to not follow a state mandate. Additionally, to see the statement on our school district website that school districts, including SBCUSD, have no authority over state public health mandates, while members of the board may support the idea of a person's choice of vaccinating or not, as a public institution, you have to follow, you're obligated to follow these orders issued by the California Department Department Public Health, sorry. The question I have is, was there a similar disclaimer published on our website when you established that resolution, making all campuses a safe zone? Because I don't remember the district saying that while the Board of Education may support the idea of making our campuses a safe zone for students and families, they have no authority over executive orders. Basically, the message that you're telling us is that county health officials have more power than the President of the United States. Please understand from our point of view, we are watching and listening while boards and superintendents in surrounding districts are creating bold resolutions and letters in opposition, many of which we provided to you, and what we're hearing from our own district is that you don't have the power to do so. As it stands, Colton District just passed a resolution in opposition of the vaccine mandate and mandated weekly testing for all, vaccinated and unvaccinated. However, we continue to only test the unvaccinated while knowing now more than ever that vaccinated can still get and spread it. Additionally, we continue to feed into the outdated information by telling our parents, while getting a COVID-19 vaccine may offer some natural immunity, it's not clear how long it lasts. Because children can get reinfected and have medical complications, the CDC recommends that those who have had COVID-19 still get the vaccine. Yet, I don't know if you know this, just a couple weeks ago, the CDC just published a study where they took 4 subgroups, and the data was from California and New York, and they studied vaccinated, never had COVID, vaccinated, have had COVID, unvaccinated, never had COVID, unvaccinated, have had COVID. And they found that the highest severe illness and mortality rates came from unvaccinated, never had COVID. Slightly underrated was vaccinated, never had COVID. The flat line, almost nothing, was unvaccinated, never had, or vaccinated, had COVID, and unvaccinated had COVID. So basically saying that the risk-benefit ratio to getting the vaccine, it makes no difference if a person has had COVID or not. I will close by saying that we please remove all language in our tenets that refer to equity and non-discrimination that can be found on our district website. If we are only willing to stand behind those beliefs when there is a law in place forcing us to do so, I would say that that's not truly our core belief. The demonstration of a core belief should be observable in all practices and should be represented regardless of any law, mandate, or politician's agenda. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schindler. Next comment will be Ms. Negretti. Welcome, Ms. Negretti.
Good evening, school board members. The question is the recent San Bernardino City Unified School District decision to automatically enroll students into group testing illegal? I emailed you all, and I informed you of a few things. So I'm repeating what I sent you because I want parents to know, I want the public to know. This is a formal request to cease and desist the COVID group testing till SBC USD receives written consent from parents or guardians. Parents did not grant consent to San Bernardino City Unified School District to automatically enroll children into COVID group testing. Please provide the federal, state, or health and safety code that would grant San Bernardino City Unified the authority that it has assumed. San Bernardino City Unified parents have not revoked the right to make decisions for their children. Even surveys and assessments for special education require parental consent. Why would COVID testing be something that San Bernardino City Unified can do without parental consent? I strongly believe that San Bernardino City Unified intentionally sent this letter on a Friday with such short notice that the majority of parents would not have sufficient time to seek legal advice and or representation for their children. If SBC USD's intent was to keep the parents unaware and uninformed, then you are winning at not making a difference. At the January 18, San Bernardino City Unified heard from the DLAC parents who informed you that they were unaware. They have a hard time. They do not get to see everything on Parent Square, and sometimes they don't even get the written forms, so you send them home. Given that you were made aware of this breach, why then do this in such short notice? Today, which was on that day, January 24th, that's when it was sent. For avoidance of doubt of each of the current medical procedures and products being administered by school districts and schools in California as they relate to COVID-19 that require informed consent under Federal Law 21 U.S. Code 360BB3 and the Health and Safety Code 24172, Section J. This is for all of you parents. Please know, look it up. Note that any person who willfully fails to obtain informed consent is subject to monetary penalties, $25,000 per experiment per Health Code and Safety 24176. If you, the school district, fail or refuse to cease and desist the group testing without first receiving written consent from parents or legal guardians, you face both civil and criminal liability, personally or in your official or representative capacities. Under Business and Professions Code, Sections 2052, which could be charged as a misdemeanor or felony, as well as a Penal Code 192B, Section 273A, Section 273C. In addition, under Code 21 section of the Federal Code of Regulations, it is illegal to make anyone participate in an experimental program using coercion. Under 18 U.S. Code, Section 2331, subsection 802, within the definition of domestic terrorism, anytime a United States citizen is forced into anything they would not otherwise do, that's the coercion and domestic terrorism. Which one of these felonies do any of you want to be implicated into? Because all of them carry a 99-year sentence and a $100 million fine. You decide which of these felonies you're liable for. Thank you.
Ms. Negretti, we have one question from Ms. Rosales Medina.
No, it's basically for the board. I just wanted to clarify that with board. I believe we had, once board was made aware of this group testing, we made sure that we stopped it or paused this because we didn't know this was actually happening. So it was paused, right? It was stopped. Okay.
But pause is not the same as stopping it, and pause is not the same as granting consent, getting consent from the parents.
No, and I agree. No, and I'm not saying anything as I don't agree with what you're saying.
Well, I'm just trying to get the good clarification here, because had none of us sent you anything, I know I sent you the letter first thing I had time and I researched what was out there. If none of us had sent you that and this had gone through, then you would be looking at $25,000 per lawsuit. I mean, is that really what you want to see happening? Because nobody's doing, you have a legal team. We don't. I mean, by Friday, when you send it in the evening, there's no way I was going to get a hold of an attorney to be able to put a stop to this. You have a legal team. The homework should have been done ahead of the letter.
Thank you, Ms. Negretti. Next public comment will be Ms. Molly.
Hi, my name is Molly Branson. I go to Cesar Chavez Middle School, and I wanted to talk about two problems that I see at our school every day. The first one is our bus situation. So multiple students, my friends, come in late because of the buses, and I'm not saying that's the bus's problem. We have a lot of students at our school, and it takes a while to pick them all up, but they do get marked tardy for this and then are not allowed to go to school events like games and dances. And I just don't think it's right that because the bus was late, they're not allowed to go to these school events, because that's not their fault. They just take the bus and the bus was late. And another problem that I saw was obviously we have PE every day. A lot of students keep their mask on when they're running. It's hot out. They're obviously getting exhausted, and a lot of them can't bring water in. So they go to our water fountains, which we have very nice ones. They have water bottle fillers, all that, right? But the actual water in them, I've seen it, and it's cloudy and gray, and it tastes really weird. And I just don't think that's good for us to be drinking water that's not even clear. It's cloudy. Seeing as kids are drinking that all day, and it's probably not good. Even though we do have very nice, expensive water fountains, the thing that matters is the actual water that we're drinking every day. I'm not sure why it looks like that, but it's probably not a good thing. And another issue I wanted to talk about was our counseling. So obviously we have SEL lessons. So we talk about roadblocks and being worried. But this is kind of a deep topic. Some of my friends talk about hurting themselves. They are severely depressed. They are having lots of problems. And on top of our school being overpopulated and already having a hard time getting to a counselor, we have multiple. It's just very hard to get an appointment with them because of how many students they see every day. I've tried to, and I never got called back at all. And when they come in for these SEL lessons, they're reading us books that look like they're for kindergartners, talking about how our emotions should feel, but they're little rhyming books. We play pick the emoji games, and I just think that some of these kids, they need to be talked to and taught how to deal with this, because they're scared to talk to them, because they're scared that they're gonna tell their parents, and their parents are gonna get worried for them, and all this stuff is gonna happen. But I think if they combined these things into the every weekly lessons, that they would feel less scared to talk to someone about this, because it needs to be talked about and brought aware of. We can't just ignore it. It is a very deep topic, but for our age group, it is a very serious problem. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Smalley, and we will definitely be following up on your concerns with Mr. Irvin's office. And thank you. Dr. Flores, do you have a question?
Yes, well, clarification. First, I want to thank you for coming. I think it's really important to hear your voices. I've been on this board for a long time, and always want all our students to share their voices, just like parents. Really appreciate it. We're not allowed to say a lot of things. We can only ask clarifying questions. But I would like to ask you, have you brought all of these issues up to your principal?
No, I don't know how to get in touch with him. Should I ask my teachers about this? Should I go to his office? Yes?
Both. Go to the office and say you have concerns, and it's really important. I think water should be clean.
Yeah.
You should not be drinking cloudy, yucky tasting water.
Yeah.
In terms of seeing your peers, hurt themselves, that's really, really not good. And, sharing that information in terms of clarifying who you go to and making it really what Dr. Wyatt said, we'll follow up with that. And then the tardy, I mean, the buses are late. And so you need to bring that up to your principal as well, because it's not fair.
Yeah.
From my perspective. So.
Yeah. I don't think it's fair
Yeah.
either.
And so, but thank you so much. Tell me your name again.
Molly Branson.
Molly.
Yes.
Molly, it looks like, sorry, Dr. Fosh.
Okay,
You're pretty popular here. You got a couple more clarifying questions, so you did a pretty good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Molly, what's your last name?
Dr. Rogers?
Branson.
Wayne, okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you
wait,
so
wait, wait.
much,
No, you
Molly.
have a couple more here. That's
I-
what I meant. You have a couple more questions.
My-
Dr. Rogers.
Right. So my question is an additional to, and you answered it, to reach out to your principal. So I just wanted to know, had you done that? And so then the second question I would say is I think we have a student advisory still or something like that. If we definitely want these to reach out to students because we have a space for you to voice your concerns. So if they don't get back to you, ask again about the student advisory to the superintendent so that these are the questions we want filtered to you. But thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
All right, Miss Molly, one more. We have Miss Ceballos. Thank you, Dr. Rogers.
Hi, Miss Molly. I just want to commend you. You are extremely smart, bright, and brave because there's a lot of grown adults that come, up to that podium and they get really nervous. And you were great.
Thank you.
Also, you're not the first student that I hear about the water, so I would really, like for us to look into it and maybe get something in return because my own son has complained to me about that as well. And so anyway, I commend you and I want to make sure that we look into those things.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Thank you again,
Great
Molly.
job.
And, thank you for staying late. We know it's almost bedtime, so we appreciate it. All right, that's it for in-person public comments. We have online public comments. Ms. Cunningham, please.
Okay, we'll start with Kim Zamora. If you're available, please unmute.
Welcome, Ms. Zamora. I know.
Good evening. I was just wanting to find out, I know people have already touched on it. Is there any idea what a new protocol would be for testing, being that this one is paused?
Ms. Zamora, that is agendized for 7.1 this evening, and we'll be discussing that more in depth.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sally Sukdal. If you're available, please unmute.
Welcome, Sally.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I first want to thank all of you for the hard work that you all do sitting on this board for the school district. My comment today is in regards to the COVID-19 testing done at Kendall Harmon Elementary. I am aware that the group testing has been paused, but I would still like to comment on my concerns in regards to it. I am here on behalf of Douglas Analu Sukdal. Douglas is my grandson. He is 4 years old and has ASD. He is also nonverbal, and I feel it is my duty as his grandmother to voice concerns for him. It has come to my attention that preschool and moderate to severe SDC students will not be given COVID-19 tests because they cannot administer the tests themselves. The reason why was stated on an email that was sent out to the parents from Principal Megan Silva on January 21st. I feel this is a form of discrimination towards these students. First, you do not know if some of these children can or cannot administer the test on themselves or not. Second, I am quite sure that there are many kids that are in kindergarten on up that cannot do it themselves also. To make a decision in excluding some of the children from taking the COVID-19 test is discriminatory and a wrongful decision. My grandson has missed weeks of school due to COVID-19 contact at Kendall Harmon. My son, Douglas Sukdal, and daughter-in-law, Genesis Sanchez-Quijor, are also very disappointed on this decision. Today, they attended my grandson's IEP, and they were told this is due to the state of California not including these students in the COVID testing. I really feel these specific students in the San Bernardino Unified School District should not be left out. I would like to know if this board is advocating for our students on this issue. Also, is it this board's decision on who is eligible to be tested and who is not? All our students deserve a safe environment and peace of mind. We are still in a widespread pandemic, and I understand there are many wheels to turn. But as a grandmother and advocate for my grandchildren, I feel this issue rests on the board to step up and do something about this. I am asking for all students to be given their human right to be COVID tested, just like all other students at Kendall Harmon Elementary. Thank you for your time and input on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Sukdal. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Valerie Leonardi. If you're available, please unmute.
Welcome, Ms. Leonardi.
Thank you. I'm going to read a letter written by my son. I would like to say that I've been a teacher in the district for 25, 26 years. I have 4 children who have came through the district, graduates from Arroyo Valley High School. My oldest son sat as student trustee on the San Bernardino Valley Chaffee College Board, and I have ties to the community as well as my family does. My son, Anthony Leonardi, who came through Arroyo Valley High School after attending public school here at the district. It's green screen on mine. Is it working on yours?
No, we do not see
Sorry, it
you,
was
Ms.
flashing
Leonardi.
lights on my end. I didn't know if it was working or not. So I'm going to read a letter that was written by my son for the district, advocating for safety of people. My name is Anthony Leonardi, PhD, and I am a T-cell immunologist educated at Johns Hopkins 912 and did my PhD at the National Cancer Institute on T-cell function, dysfunction, and immunity. I discovered the dominant mechanism of how T-cells differentiate. I am writing to guarantee further Omicron variant surge and spread in classrooms due to the extreme level of diversity and evolution Omicron has been undergoing. Omicron has already evolved into 3 quite distinct versions, BA1, BA2, and BA3, that are highly distinct from each other, meaning reinfection is facilitated. There are early reports of reinfections where a person caught Omicron and then caught another version of Omicron weeks later. In a recent massive study, 2/3 of infections by Omicron were reinfections in the recent wave. Also, Alzheimer's-like brain changes were seen in people after infection with SARS-CoV-2. In my opinion, kids who were infected before will easily be reinfected by Omicron. Omicron's new version, BA2, is spreading most quickly among children in Denmark. Companies are racing to create new vaccines for Omicron. In my opinion, our old vaccines won't work as well and will be significantly reduced in efficacy. In my opinion, there is no way to guarantee safe classrooms, so I advise remote learning. In cases where this will not occur, there must be masking and air filtration with Corsi-Rosenthal boxes and ventilation of at least MERV 13 standard. Teachers will need at least N95 or better respirators, kids at least N95 as well. Since N95s are difficult to source for children, at least surgical masks, but these will not fully protect. Cloth masks are not enough. We are facing a dual BA.1 and BA.2 Omicron surge. It has not been 2 years, and we have already seen a highly evolved variant emerge that very likely requires new vaccines. We need to think about our infrastructure and sustainability and how education is delivered. Catching SARS-CoV-2 every 1 or 2 years or months is not wise, nor is it just to expect of children. It is a virulent SARS virus, not a common cold, and has evolved to become more severe. Anthony Leonardi. And I'm trying to see if my timer is still showing. Just let me know when my time is up.
You still have a minute, Ms. Leonardi.
I think that the messaging needs to change and that people need to be educated to understand what it is that COVID-19 and what this virus does. Just as in 6th grade, we have standards in which the students are learning about virus and cells and bacteria, it seems that it would be an easy thing for people for us as a school to educate and show what the virus COVID-19 is doing in humans. And there's enough studies and documentation and just as well as looking at the virus and looking at the photos and that have already been shown on slides of what this virus does. Just
Time.
as people don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonardi.
And our last call should be Melissa Renee. If you're available, please mute. Unmute.
Welcome, Ms. Renee.
Hello. I have had the pleasure of speaking with you guys several times. And first and foremost, I just want to say thank you so much for the resolution. I really commend the action that you have taken because I know the pressure. I don't envy you. And I realize that these are very challenging times. So I did want to say that. I also wanted to commend Molly. That was amazing to see a young person that was, so well-spoken and getting active. But so I wanted to definitely speak and just give my perspective on the testing and just in general, especially after listening to the speeches, I wasn't really going to talk about COVID-19 in general, just because I think that's been done, but I'm getting very weary of the fear mongering, because the only thing that should matter are the numbers and the facts. I could care less about people's feelings or opinions or emotions, and I'm really tired of hearing about it. It should not affect policy. We don't care how you feel. 1,000 children, roughly, out of 73 million have died. That's it since the beginning of the pandemic. And those numbers are extremely low. And it is a tragedy for one child to have died, but children are at very little risk from COVID-19. Most kids now have natural immunity. Many have been vaccinated. And frankly, especially for children, Omicron is nothing more than a cold. And so I really think that should be the basis of the decisions that we're making. There's no reason to mask children in schools because the numbers do not support that. There's no reason to mask children in shops, restaurants, parks. I mean, there's no reason. I have a special needs child as well. And my special needs child actually has a speech delay. And you know what's not helping my child? Having a mask on his face for the entire time he's trying to learn how to talk. So, with respect, I understand that people are afraid. I understand that people are trying to do what's best for their children. But when you doing what's best affects my ability to raise my children and to have them grow and learn and adapt, children learn by mimicry, facial expressions of friends and teachers. It's important. And there should be no testing without a parent's involvement and express consent. And I'm troubled, and this is not something that's unique to San Bernardino by any means, but I'm definitely troubled by the trend that the schools are trying to do more and more and more for our children, and taking more of the responsibility away from the parents. And this is definitely an overreach. A tremendous overreach. To even think to send out any type of communication stating that you're going to be doing a medical procedure on our children and we're not even going to potentially know about it, but we're just going to, oh, well, your silence essentially is considered consent. That is crazy. I have 3 boys. I would not allow that. That's not okay with me. It needs to be with my permission. And frankly, I want to be there. If you're going to be doing anything, shoving anything up their nose, I want to be there. And so I wanted to lend my voice to the supporters here. I don't have a big, long speech prepared, but I'm definitely asking you guys to continue to fight for us, to continue to do what's right, even if it's uncomfortable, and to continue to be the leaders that you are. And then last, I wanted to say that, I want to definitely share my condolences for Dr. Hill. My husband had her as a teacher, and he was a huge troublemaker, and he had such glowing words for her that one of the reasons that he got as far as he did was because of her. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Renee.
And that's all the public comments right now.
All righty. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. And we'll go back to 4.2. Let me check my list here for resolution in recognition of School Counseling Week. Give me a second here. And 4.2 will be Ms. Rosales Medina.
Thank you so much. So it is resolution 4.2, resolution in recognition of School Counseling Week. Whereas school counselors are active, committed to helping students explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development. And whereas school counselors help families focus on ways to further their educational, personal, and social growth of their children. And whereas school counselors are instrumental in helping students, teachers, and families deal with personal trauma as well as tragedies in their communities and in the United States, as it was mentioned earlier by a student, Molly. Whereas school counselors help students cope with their drastic shift in their living and learning environments over the last 2 years by responding to students' new and ongoing needs through academic planning, developing social emotional learning competencies, coping strategies, and new ways to socialize, and even through life savings interventions in some cases. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District joins California and the nation in recognizing February 7th through the 11th, 2022 as National School Counseling Week, and encourages all schools to promote awareness of the role school counselors play in preparing students for fulfilling lives and contributing members of society.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right,
You could turn off my light. I turned it on by accident.
let's vote. All right, resolution carries. 4.3, resolution in recognition of President's Day. Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you. 4.3, resolution in recognition of President's Day. Whereas in 1885, February 22nd, Washington's birthday became a nationally recognized federal holiday, and whereas under the Uniform Monday Holiday Act in 1971, President Richard Nixon passed an executive order officially moving Washington's birthday to the third Monday in February. And whereas although Washington's birthday is a federal holiday, states are free to name this holiday as they wish. And whereas Presidents Washington and Lincoln still remain the two most recognized leaders, President's Day is now popularly seen as a day to recognize and honor the lives and achievement of those who have served in the office of President of the United States. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District does join California and the nation in celebrating President's Day on February 22nd, 2022, and encourages district teachers to include not only George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, but other presidents' contributions as part of the history of our nation. So move.
Second.
Been moving properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. Okay, motion carries. 4.4, resolution in recognition of Ronald Reagan Day. Ms. Ceballos.
Whereas Ronald Wilson Reagan was born on February 6, 1911, and served as California's 33rd governor from 1967 to 1975. And whereas Ronald Reagan was known for his small-town values of hard work, tolerance, and the importance of education. And whereas President Reagan was sworn in as the nation's 40th president on January 20th, 1981, and continued to serve until 1989. A period when our nation experienced unprecedented economic growth and prosperity. And whereas the state of California has declared February 6th to be Ronald Reagan Day, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District encourages all district schools to undertake educational activities on February 6, 2022 to honor the life and accomplishments of Ronald Reagan. So moved.
I'll second. So it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. All right, motion carries. Let's move on to 6.0, reports by union organizations. 6.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. All right, no report. 6.2, California School Employees Association.
Yes, we have one.
Good evening, President Wyatt, board members, superintendent cabinet, and those in attendance. My name is Latoya Smith, Chief Steward for CSEA Chapter 183. We first want to give our condolences to Dr. Hill's family. She was such a wonderful person. Anytime you saw her, she had a smile and a hug for you. And we know our members and our chapter are definitely going to miss her. We would like to thank the board for your approval of our wages. We know that our members really need this, especially during these difficult times. And we want to acknowledge our members who are going above and beyond to assist with keeping the schools running. It has literally been all hands on deck when it comes to what's happening. And some examples of what the members are doing to go above and beyond is some of our clerical staff have been asked to go to different school sites than their primary site due to lack of staffing and assisting the sites. Custodial staff, M&Os, CSOs, office staff, and cafeteria workers are working overtime to get things done due to staff shortages, district meetings, or after-school activities or events. Our secretaries who have sometimes needed to be the rec aide, the receptionist on top of their own duties. And our site district IT upgrading the computers to ensure that our students have dependable equipment throughout the school sites. And our health aides who have now had taken on new responsibilities with this Hazel Health that has been implemented at the school sites and due to COVID. Our members have been working tirelessly, and we want them to know that we see them, we appreciate them, and we're working with the district to come to terms on some of these items and topics and issues that have arisen. Lastly, we want to thank the board for looking into getting that COVID time back when it wasn't technically on campus or outside, when it was outside of the district. We had many employees who actually lost time and money because of lack of time. And so we appreciate you, the board, giving us the opportunity to have the time back to assist the members who had to deal with that during the COVID quarantines and exposures. So we want to just thank you for your partnership and your continued support of our members, and we thank you, and we hope that you have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Good to hear from you. Oh, Ms. Smith, we had a comment from Dr. Flores.
Ms. Smith, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
I want to thank you and all our classified employees for stepping up and going beyond. And that's truly, you know, how would I say, it's truly thankful from the bottom of our hearts, because we know it's hard and it's difficult, and to, you know, and it's you guys that help to run everything, and everybody stepping in for each other is just sharing kindness with each other, and also for the kids and the teachers and for our community. So please let everybody know, classified employees know, that we thank them from the bottom of our hearts for all of the work that they're doing.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Well said. Thank you, Dr. Flores. All righty, 6.3, Communication Workers of America.
Report.
No report. 6.4, San Diego School Police Officers Association.
No report.
All right, no report. We'll move on to 7.0, Reports and Presentations. 7.1, COVID-19 Student Testing Practice and Procedure Discussion.
Thank you, President Dr. Wyatt.
Pardon me, Dr. Rodriguez. I know we had a public comment, and just a point of order. Does the public comment go first? I believe it does. Okay. All right, so let me find it. We had Miss Melissa H. Had a public comment on 7.1. Welcome.
Before you start, I need a clarification from Dr. Wyatt. Can we engage in dialogue, Dr. Wyatt, if it's agendized?
No, this I think again is a public comment, so I think we can only ask.
It's agendized, but are we able to have a conversation or not?
No, we are not. And that last time we had that, we found out that we were not to have.
We're not allowed to do that?
That's correct. During the presentation, we can have a dialogue, but not with our
when she
employees,
presents?
but not with public comment.
Okay, so we just listen now?
Yes, ma'am.
We can't?
Because I have a question, so at what point would that be appropriate?
Hopefully it's answered during the presentation. If not, then we'll have to have somebody from the superintendent's office get back to you.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Miss Melissa H., I think you still asked a question, if that's what you wanted to do. No? All right. Thank you very much. All right, Dr. Rodriguez, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Dr. Wyatt. This report status update was requested by President Wyatt and Vice President Tillman. And so we're very happy to present this information and to foster the discussion around student testing practices and procedure. Next slide, please. The objectives of this particular presentation are to provide, again, a status update on the following. We want to give you information about our current COVID situation and number of cases that we have in the district. We want to review the current California Department of Public Health guidance. We also want to review the tracing methods that are now available to us, and then have a conversation around next steps. Next slide, please. So we showcase this slide to just kind of get us grounded and remember, as we started looking at dealing with COVID and reopening of schools, the decisions that are made and the conversations that we have are around these guiding principles. First being, we ensure health and physical safety of staff and students and staff. We adhere to federal, state, and county guidance, provide high-quality learning experiences, and provide safe and accessible working conditions. I'd also like to just remind all of us that as we move in the conversation, there is no public mandate at this time that causes school closures. Next slide, please. So we'll talk a little about our current COVID conditions in respect to the number of cases we have in the district. And so with that, I will pass it over to Safety Officer Batir.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, and good evening, board. Next slide, please. So board and Ms. Medina, this was in response to the last board meeting where we were trying to get more representation just on the cases within our school district. So I asked our partners with AM to provide us a similar chart as to what we view with the county website that's just relative to our school district. So this is a chart representing COVID cases which impacted our district from August of this year when we opened schools on the far left side there through January 25th, which is on the far right side. As you can see in the week leading up to return from winter break and the 2 subsequent weeks, we saw positive cases increase. This was similar to what we were seeing throughout our community. COVID cases peaked for us at about 320 new cases being reported on January 18th. Similarly to what we're seeing in the community, we are seeing the steady decrease in cases. Many students and staff have returned to school this and work this week. So we are seeing the drop from the winter surge. Next slide, please. On January 14th, the California Department of Public Health issued new K through 12 guidance. And these are recommendations. They always have been recommendations for the most part through public health. There are very few things that are mandates. Most of the handling of COVID is recommendations. And so the new recommendations that came out is the group tracing guidance that says schools should notify students who spend more than a cumulative total of 15 minutes over a 24-hour period in a shared indoor airspace. So this changed from the 6-foot distance to, if you're in a classroom together, we're going to call that a shared indoor airspace. Notifications to all the occupants of that room should go out to the families rather than contact tracing just who was sitting next to each other. And then what that allows is for self-testing. So we don't swab, our AM liaisons do not swab anyone. All the tests are self-administered with parent consent. Students can do this on themselves 3 to 5 days after exposure. So if I'm exposed on a Monday to someone in my class, a letter would go home saying in 3 to 5 days, we will begin testing. This gives the families who have already opted in a second chance. If they chose to then opt out, they can do that and they have 3 to 5 days. So it's not a same day process. And this also allows students to remain in school this whole time, as long as they stay asymptomatic and they don't have any symptoms. So this keeps the quarantine process down. It keeps our students in school. And so with that, and to go into a little more, a little clearer breakdown of those, I'm going to turn it over to our partners from AM LLC. And Jade's going to walk us through that. Next slide, please.
Mr. Batir, before we go to the next slide.
All right, thank you, Eric, and good evening, board. My name is Jade Stewart, COVID Liaison Program Manager with AM LLC, and I'm here tonight with Dr. Godwin Orke, AM LLC's Regional Director for School Health Programs.
Jade, can you take a pause, please? We have a question.
This slide shows recommendations and options for managing COVID in the school setting. There are 2 recommended models by CDPH for managing COVID: individual tracing and group tracing. The hybrid approach allows schools to use components from both models to meet the needs of the school. Our district is currently following an individual tracing approach.
Dr. Rodriguez, I asked her to pause in chat.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Batir, we had a question on the last slide, please. Updated group testing guidance from Mr. Tillman.
Yes, and just so I'm clear, I know you guys have a prepared presentation, but the key for
Jade,
me
I
is...
think you muted. There you go.
Okay, David, should I continue?
No, not yet. The board has some couple of questions for Eric.
Can she hear us?
I'll just pick up where I left off. Our district is currently following an individual tracing approach, which you'll see in the left-hand column. With this approach, all students that are a close contact are placed on a modified quarantine. This method is very labor intensive with attempts to reach families. This model also keeps students out of school more than the state has found is necessary. David asked me to stop again.
Yeah, Jay, can you hear me?
And thank you for
Yes.
taking a little break there. We did have a question for Mr. Vitier, so.
Yeah, and really, this presentation is only going to work if we are able to interject the concerns that we have. So the starting point for me should be, what is the proposed changes? And my primary concern is making sure there aren't any changes where it isn't easy to understand that we're going to wait to get a parent's consent. That's just my input, but it has to be clear. I don't want to have a whole presentation and not know where that part fits in. So I want to be clear on here's what we're doing now, and here's what the proposed change is, and do those proposed changes include what went out in the parent square where we said there's going to be automatic group testing, you have to write something to opt out, and then if you don't, there's consequences if you don't agree to certain things. And that's not in this presentation, but I read that from a parent who received it live and had concern right in front of me at my job. So I know the concerns are there, and I want to make sure we figure out a way to allow the board to weigh in if we're going to do that or not. Thank
It
you.
looks like it's in the next steps.
Yeah, I was just going to make that comment. Thank you, Mr. Tillman, Vice President Tillman. Absolutely. We have heard the parents, we have heard our board. Any testing that is done will have parent consent. There will not be a blanket, a passive consent. It will be an active consent. So parents will have, they have to give permission. It will not be an automatic, we're testing.
And there won't be consequences if a parent doesn't agree to the automatic testing?
The only consequence would be that we would have to follow the guidelines around excluding the student from school because they're not getting tested.
How's that different from what they're doing now?
It's the same thing we're doing now. So if the parent does not give consent to test the student in the group testing model, as we're going to that, as we're discussing that, it would just fall to the practice that we're doing now where the student goes home for a certain amount of days. And then the student would then come back. So in the go ahead.
But I think the key is this. The current practice now is what when someone's identified?
The current practice now is individual tracing approach. Let's go to the next slide. So
Can we at least just go through the presentation? Because at least if we go through the presentation, then we'll have a chance to allow the board to ask questions. We haven't even gotten through the presentation.
I got to fear that the presentation
Mm-hmm.
is not going to answer those questions, but I'll wait. But I think it's a mistake to go through this without it being clear of what the concerns are from the parents. And I know what those concerns are.
Yes.
And I looked at this presentation,
Mhm.
and it's going to go high level, and you're really not going to have the details about what that parent is going to have to experience that's different than what we're doing right now. That's what my concern is.
Yeah,
But Dr. Rodriguez will answer those questions if we can go through the presentation. She will be able to
Dr.
answer those
Flores
questions.
and Ms. Rosales Medina, will we be able to wait until we get through the presentation? All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Jade, we'll have you go back and we'll restart back at the individual tracing approach, which is our current method at this time. So please review that.
Sure, no problem. So again, our district is currently following an individual tracing approach, which you see in the left-hand column. With this approach, all students that are a close contact are placed on a modified quarantine. This method is very labor intensive with attempts to reach families. This model also keeps students out of school more than the state has found is necessary. The group tracing approach in the middle was provided as an option in mid-January. The model identifies all students within a shared indoor airspace of a positive case, such as a classroom. It removes the need to identify who was within 6 feet and treats an entire classroom as impacted. In this model, students whose parents consent to testing 3 to 5 days after the exposure may remain in the classroom for instruction and participate in all activities. Students would only be sent home if their parents did not agree to testing or if the student became positive or symptomatic. Our team, having managed COVID with you since August and through the winter surge, recommends the district use a hybrid approach on the far right. To provide an example of what that looks like, if a third grade student tests positive at an elementary school, the COVID liaison would use a group-based tracing approach for the classroom. The liaison would send a letter home notifying families of an exposure and reminding families who have opted in to test that testing will begin in 3 to 5 days. For areas outside the classroom setting, such as school buses, libraries, music, or sports, the COVID liaison may use the individual tracing model, specifically engaging those students who had direct and close contact to a positive case. Using a hybrid approach will allow the district to provide the same guidance and instructions to parents and guardians. There's also flexibility with the hybrid approach. This means if individual contact tracing of classrooms is needed for secondary schools, that is an option. Now with that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Rodriguez for any questions.
Thank you, Jade. So we're going to pause. We're going to finish? Okay. So let's go to the next slide. So as we wrap up, this is our last slide in the presentation. What we would like to do is to move forward with obtaining active parent consent for testing students with the rapid testing. So we want to move forward with that. And then we would like to implement a hybrid tracing approach, which basically is what we're doing now with the addition of group testing in classrooms where we have indoor shared airspace, especially in our elementary schools. As far as next steps, we also want to make sure that we're getting input from our stakeholder groups. So we will have these conversations with our parent advisory groups. And then whatever is decided, we will make sure that communication with families in multiple ways, media as well as flyers are sent so that parents have enough time, not 2 days, not even a week, but have enough time to make a decision that they believe is in the best interest of their family. Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez, I see a slide after that. What is that? It looked like there was a slide after that. Or is that just learning in action? Was that a video or something?
No, that's the last slide.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Thank you.
Obviously, we have some questions and comments. We'll go with Mr. Tillman, then Dr. Flores, and Ms. Rosales Medina.
So let's go to the page where it says tracing, testing approaches. So the key is, when you say test on the individual tracing approach, I'm assuming that's what we do now?
So what we do now, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And for elementary kids in particular, are the parents always present during tests?
No.
And how do they get the permission to test the elementary kid now?
Right now, we have parent permission to test students. So they call the parent. Many of them have already communicated with them. They call them up to say, hey, your student is showing symptoms. Would you like us to test them? They go through that process.
They say no, what happens?
They say no, then they are asked to pick up their child and have them go home. And they are then out of school and cannot come back until after 5 days.
That's for kindergarten, well, I guess pre-K, all the way through high school?
Yes.
And then, so with the new testing for, let's say, the middle school and high school, students go to 6 or 7 different classes. So if you're in 6, and I only know this because at work, right now, every day, someone's testing positive. And I have a job about 100 people, so that's not too much different than a classroom. So you could, because you're going to 7 different classes, you could conceivably be in a different class every day with someone tests positive. does that mean you're going to test people every day?
So because of that, we know that that is going to be something that is an entirely different animal. So with the hybrid testing model, it will allow us to still utilize the individual, where it's like we're asking the student, who were you around within your 6 feet and more than 15 minutes? So it allows us to continue to do that. Or should we choose to do an actual group testing where we end up testing 6 or 7 classes? So this allows us the flexibility in a hybrid model to do either one, depending on the situation that we encounter.
The purpose of the test is for what?
The purpose of the test is so that students can stay in school. So
So if they test positive, they still stay in school?
No, sir. If they're positive, they go home. But in the individual model that we have now, everybody goes home if they're sick or not because they've been exposed. In the group testing, they're allowed to stay in school and test. If they're found positive, they're sent home. And the other ones stay in school because they're negative.
Yeah. I personally think what you're going to find, number one, I think we can't do testing unless we have parent consent. And the parent consent should be, you get notified, and there has to be some mechanism where the parent can test themselves, and that will allow the student to continue. It can't be, if you don't allow us to test the student in group testing, then you got to go home and you can't come back. That can't be.
Correct. So if the parent wants to come to the school and they don't want for us to administer the test, meaning that the student does it themselves, and they say they want to come to the school and be there and administer the test, we have no issue with that.
Or they can test at home by themselves?
Or they can test at home and make sure that they bring back the results.
Okay, then I think that's this. But I also think, here's the part we miss. Somebody has to have the common sense to say, this is totally unmanageable. Too many people are being affected, and so you can't do it. That's a possibility. And the part that scares me is I don't think we're factoring that in. This guide is not magical, and I think it's totally unmanageable. There's no way you can test all these people every day, day in and day out, especially when you consider students going to different classes. And when you look at the level of illness right now, it's not great. So if you, for instance, if you just allowed parents to test when they see the symptoms like the adults do, and do the same test we were doing in the past, I think that would suffice, knowing that you're not going to get everybody, but everybody working together. Because the key is to get buy-in from everyone. I think if I know for a fact, it's a red flag to tell parents, we're going to test your kid on any given day based on the data that we receive. That's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Flores?
I have a few questions. So following up with what Mr. Tillman said, I was thinking about high school kids and middle school kids and how they go from classroom to classroom and how could we possibly keep track of everybody. That's a big issue and a management issue. Not let alone, for giving parents enough notice, to opt out. And so the question I have several questions. Is it true, because I heard it earlier, that we sent out a letter on the 24th? Was that a Friday?
Yes, we did send out a letter on the...
And what was specifically in that letter?
In that letter, we discussed the need, due to the county health department telling us that we needed to move forward with group testing, that we needed to implement that.
Okay. And were they told that if they didn't, how were they told that their kids, how did you guys decide to send the letter? And the contents of the letter? How were those decisions made?
So back to the guiding principles, there has been a movement in this district that whenever there is guidance from the county health department, that we follow it. And so when we had cases that were surging and they were getting very behind in the number of the cases as well as tracing. The county health department told us that they wanted us to move to the testing model because they couldn't keep up with us.
So they are the ones that recommended that our district move to the, the decision to do that. Okay.
And then we went to additional meetings to ask, is there anything else that we can do? Because it is very labor intensive, and we have 46,000 students in this district. And in asking those questions, we were told then we were able to implement a hybrid approach, so it would not be a blanket that we had to test everybody.
Okay, so in that letter, were parents given the option to opt out?
Yes.
They were, okay. I think, I've been listening, and I think that it wasn't explained that we were going to do the same stuff when somebody came in contact with a positive case, that, sending the kids home willy-nilly. I don't think it was explained that when there's positive tests in a classroom, that everybody, right, has to, in the past, they had to go home anyway, right? The ones that came into contact with the
When they came into
with the
contact,
tracing?
yes. Mhm.
Okay, so how is that different than group testing in terms of contact tracing? Isn't it the same?
It's a little different. Before
Let me explain myself. They're sharing the same air. So there's positive cases in there. So everybody is affected, right? So the contact tracing is now in place because all of them were affected, correct?
I'm going to have our health people, they'll probably be better at answering that question than I would. So
Because I think the parents are confused. They think that because they opt out, the kids are being sent home. That's not the case. The case is they've been in contact with a positive case, and that's why they're being sent home. They're not
Correct.
being sent home because they didn't take the tests. They're being sent home because they came in contact with a positive person until they show symptoms or
I'm going to have Jade answer your question.
Okay.
Thank you. Jade, are you on the line?
I am. And Eric, I saw you on mute earlier. Is this one that you wanted to take?
No, you're fine. And Dr. Flores was on track with it. So in the individual contact tracing model, you're looking at the 6-foot circle. And so you're looking at who sits next to a student, and you're contacting those students and those families. Very labor intensive, very time consuming to get a hold of all those families. And what was happening is, as that process was taking place, other students in those classrooms were then exhibiting symptoms or calling saying they were positive. And so what the state did with this move towards this shared space, and you hit it right on the head, Dr. Flores, is they're saying this entire classroom is impacted. So instead of looking at just a 6-foot circle, what we want you guys to do is just treat the classroom as an exposure, give everybody the opportunity to test in 3 to 5 days, instead of some kids right now, and then we wait for another week, and then some other kids start to get symptoms, and then we test them. Let's just test them all quickly so that we can determine who is exhibiting symptoms or who is positive, to give those families and those students clearer guidance quicker. So it's actually a safer, quicker method to do the group testing than the individual 6-foot circle radius testing, because that was, we were getting so far behind that by the time we got one 6-foot circle done, there was more kids in the same class that we were having to start the whole process over with.
I have another concern. Mr. Vitier. So who determined 3 to 5 days? Is it 3 to 5? Is it 3 days or is it 5 days that they have to stay home?
And the 3 to 5 days is the testing, when the testing can begin, and that's CDPH. So if we use an example. So
they have to go home. They have to go home right when they're exposed.
No, ma'am, not with the group testing model. They actually get to stay in school. So they do not have to go home at any point during the group testing model, so long as that they stay asymptomatic, so they don't start experiencing any symptoms, and they stay negative when they test day 3 to 5. So it's simply an exposure letter to the family saying your child was exposed to a positive case. We're going to begin testing of the classroom in 3 to 5 days.
Well,
So
I
it
think
keeps them in,
there's
it keeps them in school.
misinformation and miscommunication. And also, I don't know if you guys gave the parents the option, if the kids are showing no symptoms, why do they have to be tested? I'm just raising the question, yeah. Right.
Because there are many, and again, this is CDPH's recommended management guidance. So this is what they're telling us, here's how you should manage it. And so there are many people that have COVID that are asymptomatic.
Right.
And so this allows us to make sure that this, knowing that there's been an exposure in a classroom, knowing that somebody was positive in the classroom, offer the opportunity for them to test day 3 to 5 to see if there's other students that are now positive, whether or not they're experiencing symptoms or not. So to stop it, right? So to send, if Eric is asymptomatic, but he's testing positive, okay, we want to remove Eric from that environment so that we don't continue the spread of COVID throughout the school.
Then I have these nightmare scenarios in my mind that say all the kids will be out for 5 days, and then you come back again and you get somebody else that's exposed. And then when are the kids gonna get instruction? I mean, those are just scenarios in my mind, you know, if it just keeps, you know, geometrically scaling up. Are there other districts that are doing this and have been doing this, and how have they handled it? Do we know?
So, and that's where we're at right now, is different districts are handling COVID in different methods. There are some districts within our own county that are simply sending students that are ill home and saying, please return with a doctor's note. They're not necessarily providing testing. They don't have personnel on schools with test kits. They're simply sending everybody home and saying, your child needs to be tested. We recommend you get your child tested. They haven't offered the services that you as a board have instructed us to offer since day one, where we've brought all the test kits in, we've brought liaisons in, we've done drive-throughs. We're trying to be the hub for our community. There are school districts that are not doing that. And so that's the challenge that we face, and frankly, that you as a board face right now, is most of the things we're doing with COVID are recommendations by CDPH. Very few of the things that we're doing to manage COVID are you musts. And so, you know, we're bringing forward what CDPH is saying, this is the best practice, this is a recommendation, but they're really putting it onto the individual school boards across the state to make those decisions for themselves. So there are school districts in our county that are not doing half the things that we're doing or managing COVID half as well as we are. I hope that answered your question, Dr. Flores.
Partially. I have more, but I'll let my other colleagues move, and I may come back.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Right, first of all, I wanted to say, Mr. Vitier, thank you for the chart that you provided, and it gives me more of a visual, since I'm more of a visual learner. And so with regards to the testing for, I guess the question is, and this can go back to Jade as well, or Dr. Rodriguez, is regarding the exposure letter. And I guess I'm trying to find out, because I'm hearing so many different things now. And I'm hearing the district side, and I've also heard from the parents. So within, while we were doing the group testing, because as you're saying, it makes sense, right? It does make sense. But I guess the question would be, are our students being tested without parents' permission? And I guess that's the big no-no of what if that was happening. And so I just wanted to get clarification on that piece. Anybody, I don't know if they can answer that.
Eric or Jade?
No, Ms. Medina, they have not. nor is it our intention to test any child without parental permission.
Well, I'm hearing it from the audience, but, and is there, so I know there was also an example, like for instance, the parents that, don't want their children being, taken, photos being taken of the students. Is there a letter that parents sign that gives permission for testing? I'm just curious if that's something that we do have.
So there's two different methods right now. What has been done since the beginning is consent through the primary health platform. And that is what, again, we've been doing since the beginning with testing. So a parent signs that consent in our primary health platform that remains on file. And then anytime a student tests, our liaison would call the parent and get a verbal confirmation of consent that they want to test again in that instance. So that's what's been done to this point. The additional type of consent that we've been discussing is the opt-in or opt-out, and that is only going forward as an active form of consent from this point.
And then following with that one, for instance, let's just say, because I know that we've had, unfortunately, been lacking a little bit in how parents are receiving communications. So let's just say a parent didn't get the memo, didn't look through the backpack thoroughly, because the reality is we have many families that you don't necessarily, they're doing, they're working and so forth. So if a student is in that situation, they go to school and you haven't received the verbal consent, the parent is not even aware that they need to be tested, what happens then?
No students would be tested without confirmation of consent.
And then they would be sent home, or what would I'm just curious to see what that would look like.
Right. If there's no confirmation of consent, then the student would be, the parent would be called to pick the student up.
How are we making sure this is happening across the board? Because, we're a large school district and we have many school sites and we have many students. And so are we reporting, or is there something being jotted down? You're having the news and the student's name and there's like check mark, notified parent. How are we making sure that we're not, because apparently I'm hearing that there has been students that were tested without parent notification. How are we ensuring that we're not making those mistakes?
So there are internal processes that we follow to verify that consent or verbal confirmation of consent is received each time. And that's documented within the different platforms that we use. Whenever a question about this is raised, we do meet with our district partners, Dr. Rodriguez, Eric. We meet with them twice a day, every day, Monday through Friday. And whenever a topic comes up that they'd like us to investigate and look into, we do that. So there's constant communication. If there's any questions that come up about this, we investigate.
Okay, and like I said, it does make sense after hearing how the explanation is with group tracing, not necessarily testing. And it's only, as parents know, there was a student that they were exposed to, and so we need to make sure that they're being tested, if at home, or they just have to wait a certain amount of days. Is that the hybrid model that we're trying to look at as a consideration? Or is that something, because it's like a combination of both, right? It's both doing the group tracing, and for those that can't meet with the group tracing or testing, then they move into the regular model that we have.
Right. We know that a one-size-fits-all isn't going to work for our district, so that's why we would like to move toward a hybrid model where we can do both, depending on the circumstance.
Yeah, and that was good for the clarification. I guess just making sure that we are not testing. I think that's the priority on this sense, making sure that we're not testing without parents' consent. And if they can set that at all school sites to make sure there's no errors in that. I do want to mention, because a parent that made a public comment, or grandparent, Sally, with regards to her grandson. Now, there's students with different needs that cannot do the testing themselves. So how do we ensure, because that's still something that we need to have them participate. What are we going to do as next steps to make sure that we're also including them in this?
So, Ms. Medina, the CDPH was actually set to release guidance today for us as it relates. So the program that we're operating under right now is K through 12. And as far as testing, they have to be able to self-swab. So this takes out the fears of somebody else doing a medical procedure to somebody else. So they have to be able to self-swab and in accordance with the manufacturer. And so the manufacturer of the rapid Bionex test kits does not, has it written in there that anyone under the age of 5, it should not be used on. And because they cannot self-swab. And so our schools, we don't want people assisting. We don't want people putting stuff in other people's noses. And so that is not just for our school district, but that is across the state. And CDPH was set to release guidance today that spoke to preschools and also basically anyone who can't self-swab. And we think mod severe classes, we think preschools, but it's really anyone who's unable to self-swab. We are looking at other options with the PCR kits that does allow for that with either healthcare provider or the parent's assistance. And so we're exploring those options for both of those scenarios. But the state was actually supposed to release guidance today. I haven't seen it yet, but they were due to release it today because this is a statewide problem right now with the test kits as far as those populations.
Yes, and we have nurses in Harmon Elementary School. We do have nurses there, right? That could assist with or perform the swabbing on students who cannot do it themselves, if, of course, once the parent already made the consent.
We're looking into doing that.
Okay.
So that has not been decided at this point because all of the testing has been supervised by AM. And so to bring in another party, we need to continue that conversation.
Also making sure that we're looking at those alternative tests because as Mr. Vatier mentioned, certain tests you cannot do it. It only goes by self-swabbing, self-testing. So we should look into the alternative for those that do need assistance because the reality is we want to make sure we're providing all students the opportunity to test as well. And that includes our students who cannot do the swabbing themselves. So if we can look at that, look into the type of testing that we need, individuals as soon as possible too, to make sure that they're also included.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Ms. Ceballos?
So I had also a couple questions. I'm trying to, again, kind of like wrap around everything that's been talked and said, because there's some confusion even for myself to kind of follow along. So the first question that I have is on individual tracing approach, the number one, the one that I guess this is the one that we're currently doing. Students go home if they've been exposed, unless they are vaccinated or they had COVID in the past 90 days. Correct?
So in the current model, if someone does not qualify for modified quarantine, they must remain home and test on day 5. And if they're negative on that test for day 5, then they may return to school on day 6. And just as a reminder, modified quarantine is when both the COVID positive individual and the student were both wearing a mask. Then the exposed student can remain in school and they are tested at the time of exposure and on day 5, and they may resume extracurricular activities on day 6. If they decline testing, then they remain home for 10 days and return to school on day 11. So currently for unvaccinated students, they need to remain home to quarantine with the current model we're using, and they would not qualify for modified quarantine. So the group tracing approach doesn't factor in vaccination status or how consistently the masks were being worn. So it takes some of that out of it.
No, I did see that in the group testing and in the hybrid tracing approach. I guess just currently, because I'm trying to also compare kind of what Mr. Tillman was saying earlier, compare current approach to what is being recommended. I see that current approach is individual tracing and what's being recommended is hybrid testing. So I just want to make sure that I understand completely what the current approach is. And on here, it says that you can test after exposure 5 days after, right? If you test 5 days after, and you test negative and you're not showing symptoms, that you can come back to school on day 6 and resume, extracurriculars. However, it's a little confusing because on the activity section, it says in-person instruction only. So what does that mean? In-person instruction only if they like, and then it says no extracurriculars if negative tests on or after day 5. So that's kind of saying that there is going to be allowance for in-person instruction even before. I just want some clarity there, I guess. Am I reading that wrong?
No, that's correct. So under modified quarantine, a student may continue in-person instruction, but they cannot engage in extracurricular activities until after that test on day 5. And if negative, they can resume extracurriculars on day 6.
Remind me again what modified quarantine means.
So yes, again, modified quarantine depends on the exposure scenario. So for instance, if both a COVID positive individual and the student in question within the 6-foot radius were both wearing a mask, then the exposed student can remain in school under modified quarantine. So that they're tested at the time of exposure and again on day 5. And they can remain in school during that period of time so long as they remain asymptomatic. And then on day 5, when they test, if that test is negative, they can also resume extracurricular activities on day 6.
Okay, I got it. And yeah, that sounds a little problematic because, I mean, why are we excluding them from extracurriculars but still allowing them to come to instructions, in-person instruction? It just seems a little more like extra, and I can see why it's confusing. I also can see how hybrid tracing seems to be, kind of a better approach because it does take into consideration kind of like both, right? So you can do individual tracing if you consider it necessary, or group testing. The only concern that I do have with what I've been hearing from parents and community members is that the district was moving apparently in the direction of enrolling everyone for testing unless parent opted out. That is a concern. Me personally, that I also have, and also what I've heard, because you do want to get, and I know that this is because this makes it easier for the district to kind of handle the approach on, managing the situation of COVID. I get that. But I think it's really important for us not to bypass that step of really taking and allowing parents to consent, if they want to have their child tested at school or not. Or if they just want to choose to take the student home. I think that's very important, and we should not forget that or move into that direction. I also want to clarify, and I think the question has been asked, we have not been testing without parent consent. We were going to move in the direction of putting everybody on consent unless parent explicitly stated, no, I don't want it, which we've paused. We never implemented, and it looks like we're not going to implement it. So I just want to make that clear. that has not been the case. And I'll use also an example. Not so long ago, my son, so Mr. Tillman had asked, how do we go about getting that consent? The school nurse did call me, and she asked for my verbal consent to be to test my son, and I said, sure. Then she said, okay, I'm gonna send you a text message, and it's gonna go into a link, and all you have to do is sign, with the finger. And I did. It was very easy. But I have a smartphone, and I use technology, so I do also understand that that is not everybody's case. It worked for me. It was fine. So I think those are all the questions that I have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Rogers?
Thank you. And most of my questions have been answered because we are all sharing the same concern. And I think the biggest thing, again, is to make sure it's known that if consent wasn't given, then we didn't move forward with that. And I think I'm not hearing anything contrary to say that did happen. However, if it has happened, again, we want our parents to let us know that, because we take no pleasure in saying it is out there and it isn't out there. We want them to voice that to us, because that is how we will know. And on behalf of your student, because your student is enrolled here in the district. And so when we know who it is or where it's happening, we can isolate the situation and take care of it. So again, what I'm saying publicly, if it is, please let us know. We want to know, if that violation has taken place. And then secondly, to the hybrid model, because it looks like that is the recommendation as of right now. But I also heard what Mr. Gutierrez said about, having the options they kind of put it in our lap, right? And I am hoping that we're also looking around, and I can say, I've heard other districts say they don't have COVID liaisons, they don't have all of these things, they're trying to do it themselves. They are on top of everything we know that's difficult. Their districts are not even here. So that is also an unfortunate situation. But in our case, if we can glean information from others that we have, that makes sense, because it is, as someone said, it is a nightmare just listening to it, how it's taken place. It is a nightmare because there's no roadmap for it. COVID didn't leave us the book. It just landed on us. And so I would encourage, if there's other options, and even us as a board, to weigh in with other options, right? Because we can pick it apart, but I like to hear suggestions too. What do we think? And definitely from our parents and everybody in the entire district, if there's something different. And we know that some of even our teachers have students in other districts, bring that information so that we can weigh in. But it looks like you've landed on something that give us a couple of options, including I'm trying to wrap my mind about the difference of your elementary, your middle, and your high school. I'm sure it's some differences there. But like you said, Dr. Rodriguez, is not a one, size fit all. And we know we can't do that, but we also need to find out, are the needs differently? How is it? And definitely, as it's been said, to the comment that was made earlier in reference to our students with disabilities, we just can't leave them out either. And so I think I heard Mr. Gutierrez say that they're looking at something coming to us, but within our guidelines, if we're not stepping outside of something, that's something we make sure that we're on top of right now, because that's a whole nother population that had COVID or Omicron. All of it happened to them as well. And I would hate to hear that, okay, we're leaving our students out because they aren't able to do that. And I totally agree. You can have a kindergartner that might not be able to do it either. But we have also supported our nurses. And so where that lies within reason of them and their work and their lift, or hiring, as we said, if we need to hire more, we have to do what we need to do, because we're in a troubling time right now, and we don't want to pick apart the messenger, but we want to see how we can support what's there. But from what I'm hearing, the hybrid is just giving us some frame of work of some options versus this is how you got to do it, send your kids home, because we want them to be in class also. That's the big thing, sending home 10 days, then they went to 5 days, and so on and so forth. But that's a lot of time away from instruction, and it's just difficult. So all of those things, hopefully, if there's some additional things, we want to hear about it. And, it sounds like we're hearing the hybrid, as a tracing approach, but I also want to hear other things as well. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dowdy Rogers. Mr. Tillman?
Yes. First, to me, credibility is everything. So I did get a call from a parent today that told me that their child was tested at Ramon Alessandro. I think it was a second grader. But I'm hearing you tell me, Dr. Rodriguez, that when they say a student was tested, that means that the student tested themselves? So there's no one doing the test? Okay.
Correct.
So the parent had a concern because he said in the past she was able to go to the school and be there when the child did the test. So
That
this
could continue to happen.
This was different for her. And then she did say that when she questioned the person that did it, one of the liaisons, they thought it was confusing because they had a conversation about maybe testing because it was the 5 days after. But then this person mentioned the group testing. And then she said she told him, I thought the group testing wasn't happening. And then he said, well, maybe it's not happening, but it's going to happen. And then she questioned him, well, you mean it's going to happen if the board approves it? So they had that long discussion. So there are people out there. The challenge for us is, even when you guys put something out to stop, how does it get to the actual people doing the work to make it stop? And that's where we lose credibility a lot of time because people are running with it already, right? So but it's good to know that when you say the person got tested, that the students self-tested themselves, but the parents still had a concern with that because they didn't get to say, yes, I want to do it. But I really think as a district, we're hurting ourselves. This district has spent millions of dollars to pay for these liaisons that other districts don't have. They say that the change was because of some guidance, but at the same time they're saying that they couldn't continue what they were doing before. So it sounds like to me they could have continued. It's just that it was a lot of work. But I think in the end, we can have a win-win. And the win-win is this. We can still notify the parents like we've always done. You can allow the people who want to sign off on their children to get tested. You allow them to opt in, but there's no consequences for the parents that don't. It should be just like it is right now. And then I think you should allow the option of having tests go home with the kids, because you know who they are. Allow for parents to schedule a time to come in and take the test, and also allow the parents to take the test someplace else, either with the one of the county sites or one of the district sites that we do, or even, you can go online and get a couple tests from President Biden. He's giving out these tests. So there's other ways of getting tests without saying you have to have us do the test.
Absolutely, yes. We're not the only ones that can give the test. We hopefully aren't. We don't want to be the only ones giving the test.
So that should be the change. So the change would be we're not going to force you to allow us to do group testing. We'll do group notification, but there's multiple ways you can do tests. And if you don't have a negative test by a certain day, then the recommendation is that you, whatever it is, self-isolated, whatever that is, so which is very similar to what we're doing right now. But I think you just take advantage of notifying everybody in that class. That's the new thing, instead of trying to just do a group, but then give them options of testing. But I gotta say, when we leave here tonight, that the message is, and the reality is, we're not going to test students without parental consent, and only if the people opt in. And we heard from the parents of the night. We know we can't just depend on Parent Square, so you guys have to find other options of communicating that, okay, here's a student that you were in a class that tested positive, and here's your options for doing the test, and report back to us, and that should suffice for it. But I really think we need to use our resources in a smarter way, because we're way ahead of other districts, but we don't want to do things to parents where we tell them they're going to be forced to allow us to administer a test that they don't want.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And we also need to give more time.
Thank you. Yeah, and you're right. I looked at the LA Unified thing. They're not doing anything until spring, whatever. Thank you. Next is Dr. Wyatt.
Well, thank you to my colleagues for asking pretty much every question I could even possibly think of. But the one I wasn't sure of, maybe this was presented, and I apologize if it was, because there's been a lot of information, going between us right now. But I heard some concerns about self-swabbing, our students with disabilities as well, in regards to testing. Do we utilize the saliva test?
We've been utilizing the saliva test for adults. We have not been
Adults?
using them for students.
Is there a reason why we don't use them for students?
I'd have to defer to Jade on that one.
Okay, 'cause that's a pretty simple process. Obviously, it's not swabbing. You're not putting anything in their noses, nostrils, excuse me. So, I think that's a test we probably should look into using with our younger children and definitely with our students with disabilities. So I think we should have every possible option for testing if folks choose to test, and that's just another one to use. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tillman, you asked 2 or 3 of my questions and comments, so I agree with you. And the one major one was also allowing parents to do their own testing, their own home testing, in lieu of having somebody at the school do it. I think that would, because I have a granddaughter, I had to take her to get tested, and she was scared. It took a long time for us to convince her, and she's 7, so it was really, so I understand the concern. And then the logistics, like Dr. Rogers said, it's like a nightmare. I don't know how we're going to keep track of all the logistics. It's like, probably keeps you up at night. But anyway, the logistics. Also, messaging. We have to be more, clear in our messaging and the ways that we send messages. Because I get messages and calls from parents, and they're all confused. They're, well, what does that mean? How do we do? Why? They're just confused. And even saying that some of their kids were tested without their permission, and I don't know if that's true or not. And they don't want to tell me the school. They don't want to get anybody in trouble. Anyway, so they're concerned, and I hear their concerns. So messaging, the multiple ways that we need to message and be very clear on exactly all the components of what's going on. And lastly, just a basic question. Do we have enough tests?
We've ordered additional tests. So we have, within the last week, we ordered 50,000 additional tests. We are expecting a shipment of tests soon. So yes, we've ordered.
Frankly, I don't think 50,000 is enough if we have 46,000 kids. That's just a basic question I'm asking, because if we're going to do all this testing, that's not enough. So those are my comments, and I just think we need to be more clear about every aspect of it and listen to our parents and all their questions and take them to heart. And as a board, we have to, make sure that our parents feel safe and that they understand what's going on. We just have to. And I know that we have the best of everything we actually have a whole system that we can go to, and that's a good thing. So let's just use it more wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Ceballos?
Sorry, I had a couple questions that I had forgotten, but really quickly, the hybrid tracing approach, the quarantine time is 10 days if parents decide not to test, so that wouldn't change from the current individual tracing approach. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so based on, I guess, that question, I just kind of want to put it out there that there's definitely, obviously, competing concerns and competing interests out in the community. There's some parents, and I don't want to speak for them, but as far as what I heard and understood and have been hearing over the last couple board meetings, is that there are some parents that just don't want to test, period. Whether it's in school or whether it's out of school or whether it's with a private physician or whatever the case may be, they may not want to, subject their kids to that. And that's within their choice. And I think that their concern, if I can, if I remember correctly, or if I'm interpreting it correctly, I think that their concern was that they're going to be out of school for the 10 days. So that's still the case in either model. And I do want to say that and make that clear so that there is no confusion around that. The next thing that I also want to kind of emphasize so that we are prepared, as a board as well, along the same lines of competing, concerns or competing interests. If we are to do the hybrid model, we have to really keep in mind, this means that we're going to be sending letters to more people out in the community, right? So to whole classes rather than a couple students, which means that there's more space for misinterpretation about whether, does this mean that it's a new case, or, and then we go back to, well, is the dashboard updated? Because now we're getting this letter, and this letter is being sent to this school, and this letter is being sent to this school. So it kind of gives the illusion of like, there's a whole lot happening. But then we have to make the distinction, because then we're going to have another group of concerned parents coming and saying, hey, we're receiving all of these letters, and what's happening with the dashboard. So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind, because that doesn't mean necessarily that these students, when these letters go out, that they've tested positive. And I just want to make sure that we're ahead of the game on that, because those are going to be concerns that come in. And I don't know if you guys have thought through that and have any ideas on how you're going to go about, making sure that that gets communicated to the community clearly as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Daddy Rogers.
I'm sorry, there was one additional concern of clarity, and I do agree, we definitely need, the messaging and the clarity and the communication is important. But I also wanted to, because a question was raised on how we are, and I want to make it clear on how the board is following guidelines on things such as this. Are we still at, I heard Mr. Vatier talk about the public health. And so we need to understand or give direction or clarify so that we are all on the same page. For quite some time now, since at the onset of COVID, we were looking for guidelines that changed every day on the hour. But so just clarity around, even in this case, we can see what the public health made a recommendation for. And so do we want to, when we receive that information, do we want to have a special board meeting? What do we want to do in order to make sure that we are clear also in the messaging on this? Because there are great concerns, and a lot is going on, and some of us do work full-time jobs, or you're going to school, or you're doing something. And so when those guidelines are changing, we do get information, but we got to disseminate and read it, and sometimes the district is in a place that they need to make a decision. So we need clarity on that.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Dr. Flores.
I'm sorry, I just have one last question. In thinking about the kids getting tested in our schools, there are privacy laws. And I want to know if we're following HIPAA in terms of protecting the results of our kids. I know that when I have gone to be tested, or my grandchild, that there are, I'm told that it's private. My information will be private and not shared. So that's a concern I have, big concern. I don't know if anybody can answer that.
Yeah, student information is not it's not open for everyone. Information that we have within the team is not disseminated. It's really in a select group of people, and it's a need-to-know basis. So we don't have student numbers, we don't have names floating out there of who tested positive or how many times a student was tested. We do keep track of that, but that is not information that is given to everybody or anybody. It's a select few, and that's only so that we can manage the situation.
So we are following HIPAA guidelines, federal guidelines.
We follow FERPA because we're a school district. HIPAA is more under the umbrella for medical facilities, but yes, we are protecting in the confidentiality of student information.
Thank you.
Alrighty, board, that was a very, very thorough conversation, and I'm quite sure Executive Cabinet and Dr. Rodriguez and her team have heard us loud and clear, as well as the public, as well, and their concerns that they've had. I don't think we have to repeat those anymore, but moving forward, I think you have a solid plan, and hopefully that is well communicated with our families and parents in multiple methods of communication, old school, new school, however we have to do it, but they need to know. Alrighty, thank you to you and your team. We'll move on to 7.2, Administrative Report, Governor's January Update, State Budget Proposal. I imagine that's Mr. Solons.
Absolutely, Dr. Wyatt. Good evening, Dr. Wyatt, Board Vice President, Mr. Tillman, members of the board and cabinet. This evening, we will be providing a overview of the governor's state budget proposal for the 2022-23 fiscal year. So during this presentation, we are going to review our economic outlook and provide some additional details related to the outlook that the governor's budget proposal was based off of. We're also going to discuss the key education, investment, and themes communicated through the governor in his budget proposal. And then we're going to discuss the what's ahead and the next steps. So we can see by this slide that the governor's budget proposal, which was announced on January 10th, is really the beginning of the budget process for the state. Once the governor announces his budget and his proposal, bills are introduced to provide additional clarification, as well as a review of the governor's budget proposal by the Legislative Analyst's Office for use by the Assembly and State Senate to formulate their amendments and recommendations to the budget language. And as we move forward, the governor, as we receive new information related to income tax and additional revenues, the governor will come back and propose a May revision that will update his budget proposal to reflect the current economic realities as we move closer to the start of the new fiscal year. And then following that process, the governor and the legislature continue to communicate, negotiate to reach a budget deal that the legislature adopts and the governor signs by June 30th of 2022 for this year. So in the governor's budget proposal, what he projects to happen is that state revenues continue to outpace projections in the 2020-21 budget. That is primarily due to increase in sales tax and increase into personal income tax, which is largely driven by the stock market and the gains that we've seen over the past several years. It's important to remember that in California, 2/3 of the state revenues come from personal income tax, and of that 2/3 of revenue, the top 1% earners in the state account for over 50% of those revenues. So that creates volatility when we think about state funding. If the stock market were to take a dip, we would fill it in terms of the revenues that we receive from those top 1% earners. As part of the budget proposal, they are projecting a general fund surplus of $45.7 billion. Of that, $16.1 billion is slated for education in that proposal. The governor also in his proposal is also taking a very conservative approach to budgeting. He is projecting lower revenue projections than was projected in November by the Legislative Analyst Office. It is his commitment to maintain ongoing budget stability, especially as we looked at the uncertainty as we continue to address the unpredictability of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the recognition of the inflation and the impacts on the economy as we move forward, particularly the stock market and its impacts on personal income tax. So this slide shows you a comparison between what the Legislative Analyst Office projected in November in terms of Prop 98 minimum funding guarantee and what the governor projected in his budget proposal. So we can see on the orange bars, which are the governor's budget proposals, he is projecting lower Proposition 98 minimum guarantee. And again, that is attributed to the governor taking a more conservative approach to projecting revenues, primarily corporate taxes, as he anticipates that California will see some large corporations leave the state for other states. So as we look a little deeper at the Prop 98 investments that the governor is projecting, we can see that for K-12, the majority of the proposals are falling in categorical funding or those restricted funding uses, making room for a lot of additional revenues to support the initiatives that he launched in the 2021-22 budget year, which include the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program and investments in early education, including universal TK. So now, as we look at the Proposition 98 guarantee proposed by the governor at $102 billion, which is an all-time high for education funding, and if we look back to just 2011-12, just about 11 years ago, where we were just being funded at $47.3 billion, we can see that significant investments, starting with Governor Brown and continued through Governor Newsom, have been made. As part of that increase of $8.2 billion from prior year in Prop 98 guarantee, an investment to increase the cost of living adjustment in recognition of the high inflation of 5.33%, which is up from the 2.48% COLA that was previously projected. So when we combine this with the proposed change to ADA and the soft landing of the 3-year averaging for ADA to help alleviate that cliff effect that we were projecting for several years to occur in 22-23, we estimate that SBCUSD would generate $21.1 million increase over what we have as a first interim budget, just based on those changes proposed by the governor. And then again, taking that more conservative approach, the governor is also making considerable investments to the budget stabilization or rainy day account and the public school stabilization accounts as he prepares for what he anticipates will be an economic downturn somewhere down the road. And so as we move away from the ongoing conversations with the cost of living adjustment, we look at the additional investments that the governor was making. Remember, this budget year, the governor continued to make investments for school transformation, which include universal pre-K and TK programs, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, the Universal Meals Initiative. He's also added college and career pathways, early literacy investments, as well as some additional funds for teacher workforce. So this is what those fundings or those investments look like for, look like in terms of that investment, whether that is an ongoing or one-time impact. And we can see in terms of impact, there are a number of one-time investments that are being made. But moreover, we see that most of the additional investments outside of the cost of living adjustment and the ADA flexibility, most of those investments are restricted in nature, meaning we have to do something in order to spend those dollars. We cannot just use them for discretionary purposes. So we can see the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program is a big initiative with the governor as he wishes that schools across the state will continue to address the learning loss mitigation that's occurred during this pandemic. So he's accelerating that investment by $3.4 billion, making the total investment over this year and next year anticipated to be $4.4 billion. Again, additional funding to support the Universal TK initiative, as well as investments for inclusive practices for state preschool of just over $809 million, and an increase in the AB 602 base special education funding of $500 million. Additionally, some new investments that we see the governor's made is additional investments of $700 million for early literacy, which include multilingual school libraries or classroom libraries, as well as investments to train and hire literacy specialists. And then in addition, there's college and career pathways, as well as dual enrollment investments totaling $2 billion. And then in recognition that the state has not passed a facilities bond in several years since 2016, he is looking to shore up the shortfall of state facilities funding by providing an additional $2.23 billion to fund those currently received but unfunded facility applications. So what's not in the budget? So the governor has not addressed pension cost relief. This was the last year where the district received any pension cost relief in terms of investments that brought down our contribution rate. Additionally, as we saw last year, the governor provided a COLA augmentation to recognize the increased cost of doing business. That hasn't been represented at this point, as well as no additional increases to the LCFF formula. Recall that we had an increase to concentration grants last year of 15%. There is no increase currently proposed for either the supplemental concentration grants or the base grants. So it's important to remember that, again, the governor's budget proposal is a starting point. There is a lot of time between now and when the budget is adopted for the governor to receive new information, update his proposals, as well as to negotiate with the legislature. So this is just an overview of the budget and LCAP next steps from the governor's budget proposal, including plans that we have to adopt and bring before the board for adoption, which includes the LCAP supplement in February, the A through G improvement grant plan in April. And as we move forward, we continue to hold our stakeholder events for receiving LCAP input on our LCAP as we develop that alongside our budget going into June. And with that, I will take any questions.
All right, Mr. Sullivan, thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Tillman, then Dr. Flores.
So, Mr. Sullivan, two questions. No, the first one on this page 4, where you have the projected general fund surplus is $45.7 billion, and then you say that to the to schools is going to be $16.1 billion. When I do my factor like 0.005, it comes back like at $100 million. I know you said we're going to get $20 million. Where are the other areas where the additional money going to come in at?
I'm sorry.
Where would the additional money? I mean, it may be restricted money, but what other money are we going to get other than the $20 million?
So the additional money are on that slide. I'll go back to it. So this is this slide. So we are going to get these additional education investments. Right now, all of these are awaiting trailer bill language to find out what the details are in terms of the methodology for funding. So we don't have exact numbers on what that would mean to our district, but these are addition to that 20.1 million that we spoke about.
So at some point, can you provide the board with the amounts that may be associated with our district?
Absolutely. As soon as we get clarification on the trailer bill language, we can provide some estimates to the board. And then it's also important to note that these investments can change. You know, we saw last year the governor and the legislature really haggled on several issues.
Exactly.
And so this will change.
This is the governor's wants, but then the legislature has theirs and they have to balance it out.
Correct.
I got
Correct.
it. And then one last thing. I did read where they said that for the ESSER 3 money, that they changed the guidelines and some of that money can be used for paying salaries now? How would that impact us?
So part of the language that's come out from actual Education Secretary Cardona's office, they recognize the challenges that districts are having with staffing shortages. And so for that, they are advising that districts can utilize funding to support compensation. As part of that, they are still federal funds, so along with that, there are some strings attached in terms of time reporting that we have to provide. So the answer is yes, and so when the opportunity comes, we provided the board with the ESSER 3 plan. If there was an opportunity to pivot or change because of emerging needs, then that would be the opportunity.
That's exactly my point.
Okay.
If there's a way we can benefit from it and to help offset some of the costs from compensation, then I think that should be a priority of ours. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, just recalling that these are one-time dollars, so we are always advised to stay away from ongoing commitments with those ongoing or one-time dollars.
All righty, Dr. Flores.
Going back to page 9 or slide 9, is the community schools budget already approved, the $2 billion, or is that still?
So the $3 billion was actually approved in this current year budget. However, the actual dynamics, the application for that has not been released yet. So those
It's not
funds,
part of it?
no,
is
this
not
is
part of it?
actually 22-23 budget. So the community schools was part of this current year budget.
And so it's still there, and they haven't decided how it's going to be allocated?
Correct. We would have to apply for those funds.
Okay, so that would be additional money.
Yes, if we allocate, if we
And do
receive.
you know the status of Portantino's bill? I haven't heard anything in terms of pivoting from ADA exclusively to enrollment
We haven't
in
received.
terms of budgeting?
Yeah, we haven't received any updates. We know that with the governor's proposal to do the 3-year ADA averaging, there are other legislators' proposals for similar, but the function or the methodology of how that would be accomplished would be different. So we know that the ADA averaging piece will be present in the final budget. We're pretty confident of that, what it will look like. So to your question, the Portantino bill, we don't know how those additional bills will impact its passage. It's important to remember or to note that the Portantino legislation would not take effect for districts until 23-24, so not next year.
The averaging of 3 years for the next ADA allocation, what bill is that? Is that AB 170? Is it 170?
There's a couple. So it's proposed in the governor's budget.
It is,
And then
okay.
there are 2 other budget bills. I don't have their numbers, but 2 other legislatures
So
that
that'll
proposed.
help us a lot because of declining enrollment.
That will help. It will be better than the alternative, which is that cliff. But it's important to remember when we think about the 3-year averaging, student attendance is being decimated this year in all districts, for a number of reasons. So we are seeing attendance rates at historically low levels. When you think about that averaging, at some point, those low attendance rates are going to come into that average and they are going to affect it. So the nice thing is it's a soft landing. It gradually gets us there rather than one steep decrease. So we're appreciative of that, but there are some challenges with those models as well.
Given our COVID surge, I mean, our ADA is really negatively impacted. And then doing the testing, the group testing and all of that, I mean, that's really cutting into, I mean, not just the kids' attendance, but just their, in-person instruction and being in school. I mean, it's like very devastating.
And I would add that the way that independent study was structured has created barriers as well. And so part of the challenges we receive with attendance accounting are largely due to our independent study, because if students don't turn in work samples, then we cannot provide ADA crediting for it. So I know the governor and legislature are acutely aware of the issues, and we're hopeful that they will have some positive solutions.
Thank you.
Dr. Daddy Rogers?
you. Just a quick question, Mr. Sullins or whoever can answer, but on the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program on page 9, what are some of those, what are example of some of the programs that they're looking for in that category?
So I'll answer that question. So some of the things that we're looking at is partnering with our after-school providers so that we can extend the day to 9 hours. So part of the requisites are that we're running 30 days outside of the regular school year. So these are 30 additional days at 9 hours each. So there will be we have to offer it. So that doesn't mean that the students have to stay in the program for 9 hours. So what we will be doing is providing academic component, working with our teachers, providing like a summer school program, like a summer bridge, as well as programming during intercession. And then working with our providers, the ones that we have now, so that they could extend the day. So it'll look more like CAPS. There are going to be some opportunities for additional programming, like our football camps that we have in the summertime, some field trips that we were looking into, and just trying to be more creative so that it's fun learning, that it's not just, what they've normally seen. So we are looking at that and looking and planning for what that looks like. But definitely we will be having our CAPS providers that we have now that will be working with us to provide that extended time.
This will be more or less supplemental education that's being, lost in the classroom as well, right? And the fun, I'm all for it. I know they need that. That's the social emotional learning side. But just trying to make sure I hear what we're going to do specifically for those, and we hate to call them gaps, but what's taking place. There's got to be something addition to, especially when we get money designated. So thank you.
And we're also working with Ed Services as they're coordinating, the academic component. And so then our Swiss department is also partnering so that we have the SEL component. But as we're looking at expanded learning, these 9-hour periods of time, we're trying to encompass where it's well-rounded, academic, but also fun, because we don't want to burn out our students because they're getting tired of school too.
And I would just point out the $937 million, that is a new augmentation to the expanded learning, and that is to provide additional music, arts, enrichments as part of those programs. So that's an additional set aside for that.
All righty, was that it for questions? Okay, Mr. Solon, thank you again. Great report, appreciate it. Moving on now to 7.3, and thank you so much to our folks who've been patient with us, Mr. Mobley from the county, and Adam, I think Mrs. Devon, you coming up too? All right, and then, so thank you again for being patient and staying here with us in the early hours of the evening.
No problem, thank you very much. My name is Dennis Mobley, and I work for the County Superintendent of Schools as a governance consultant. And I've been asked to help assist the board with facilitating your appointment process. There are some slides. We can go ahead and go to the first one, but let me just begin by saying that I commend the board for last week where you decided to move to an appointment process. I think that is a wise course of action. I have been through this process before with the County Board of Education and also other local education agencies. In fact, this past August, we had a board member step down, Mr. Hardy Brown, who represented this area. And I was very impressed with the quality of the candidates that came before the county board. And your task, you lost a great treasure in Dr. Margaret Hill. I knew her. I knew that she was a tremendous resource to this board, to this community, to the county, and to the region. So your task is not to replace Margaret Hill, but you do need to fill a vacant seat on your board. And in facilitating, one of the things I was asked to do is to help keep the board on task, make sure that you have an efficient process, but also a process that is respectful. And so if there's no objections from members of the board, that will be the direction that I will take as I work with the board. So you have before you, there are a couple of points. This is just kind of an introduction to the slides that will follow. And I do want to thank SBCS. I'm more used to saying SBCSS, so forgive me if I slip up. I want to thank your district staff for assembling the slides for you this evening. So we're going to take a quick review of the legal requirements for the provisional appointment process, discuss the proposed process for the board to interview eligible candidates, and to develop and assign interview questions to facilitate the interview process. So with that, let's just take a quick look at the timeline. You're already into that. You have taken action to move this to an appointment process. Those applications did go out the very next day on January 26th. Today is February 1st, where we will be discussing interview process and finalize interview questions. The applications actually close tomorrow, and I understand you already have a large number of applications. I'm not screening or looking at any of those, but I understand you from your superintendent that you do have several applications already in play. The applications do close tomorrow, so people can still submit. I know on your district website you do have a application that you can download, and then that needs to come directly to the district office. Next, a week from today, on the 8th, is when we have the schedule for the special board meeting to interview, to do interviews with the candidates and select an appointee. And then the other dates are the first meeting, February 15th would be the swearing in, but the statutory requirement to do all this work is by February 17th. Next slide. So for candidate eligibility, must be over 18, must be a citizen of the state of California, resident of the school district, must not be prohibited for any constitutional reasons, obviously needs to be a registered voter, and must not be an employee. And so there's really no additional screening process that would occur. We're not looking at letters after a person's name as a qualification. And so these are the requirements. And staff will review the applications. We'll check with the registrar of voters to make sure that these individuals are qualified and eligible. And those would be the group that would come to this body. And these are the areas where there would be any type of screening. So next slide gives you kind of a 5-point outline how the process will work. This really describes the process for the candidates when they arrive on the 8th. Meeting time would be set for them to arrive early before the board meeting for an orientation, just to go over how the process will work, answer any questions. They would be sequestered, and then the board would have the interview of the candidates. There'd be board deliberation, and the interviews and deliberation, all of that is an open session, and then the board will go through a voting process to make an appointment. Next slide. So the candidates will review the appointment timeline and term. The term actually would be for the remainder, well, until the November election. Actually, let me clarify that. The term goes into early December. The term would expire with an appointment, would expire the second Friday in December. I know that Dr. Hill's term was until 2024, but there would be a short-term election in November. This would be for the appointee. And it would also be open to other people to run at that time. The candidates can also learn about the interview process, and will be given the list of questions. That is one of the tasks here tonight. The board will decide what questions. This is a public meeting, so those questions will be known. But when candidates arrive, they will be given the questions in advance of the meeting so that they can respond to those. And that will also help facilitate the process to move it more quickly. When the candidates meet prior to the board meeting, we will have draw lots to determine the order of the interviews. And they will be escorted in based on that process. And the candidates will also, during the orientation time, can ask any questions to clarify the process. Next slide. So the candidates will be in the superintendent's office. They'll be there with district staff. They'll be, again, escorted at the time for the interview. And after the candidate has participated in the interview, then they can remain in the room for the rest of for the other interviews that would follow. So for the next slide, we have had a discussion with the superintendent, the board president, and staff. We feel that with a large number of candidates that we should really look at a process that would be held to about 15 minutes. And to make this work the smoothest would first give the opportunity for each candidate to do an opening statement. They can say, it could be open-ended, whatever they wish to provide. And then we have 6 board members seated at the dais. The thought is that each board member could ask one question. And later on, we have a sample group of questions that they can choose from. But you need to make that decision tonight, which questions you would ask. And then the board will go through its questions. Really need to keep this, and this is where the facilitator, taskmaster, with respect, would need to keep you to a timeline. And part of that is that you do not ask clarifying or additional questions. And there's a couple of reasons for this. One is that the time period is very short. Secondly, if you get into follow-up questions with board members, then it's not really fair to the other candidates. And one of the things by keeping it to, say, a 15-minute time period is that if a particular candidate wishes to elaborate and spend 5 or 6 minutes on a question, that would have less time to answer the remaining questions. They're provided the questions in advance, so they may want to say, well, I want to spend more time on question 3. I can get through questions 1 and 2 more quickly. The board members would still ask the question. But I think this works for a process that is fair, respectful, but to be honest, the board's going to need to be disciplined in this regard, and that's where the facilitator, taskmaster role that I would take with respect. And then after that, then the candidate would sit down, and then the board would go on to the next candidate. So by law, the deliberation must be we go to the next slide. All of this must be in open session. So there are no secret ballots. You have to do all of this. I know many of you are involved in situations where you would interview individuals for a particular job. And so you might think of this as closed session. You had closed session earlier this evening, considering some administrative appointments. But because this is a board seat, everything is in public. And so we'll get to how that process might work in just a moment. Again, the interview process, we've talked about some of these things. But after all of the candidates, and the board can reflect and can determine how they wish to respond. My experience is that the boards will often feel the need, and rightly so, to comment on the overall caliber of many of the board candidates or applicants for the vacancy. But each board member will then have the opportunity to reflect and maybe say, I like this individual is a first choice, this individual is a second choice, so that can be noted by staff. And then as other board members speak, they may have other names they wish to suggest, or they may agree that this is the cream that has gone to the top. And very often that will help speed the process in your deliberation. And at some point, then the board would make a motion, a member of the board would make a motion, there would be a second if there's a candidate. And if you have, you need 4 votes to take action on this board. And if that occurs, then that member would be selected. Now, it may take more than one round of voting to do this. Going back to the recent experience that I had with the county board, they had multiple rounds. The first time each of the 4, well, it's a 5-member board with 1 vacancy. There were 4 members. So each one had a different choice. And then eventually it came down to 2 of the members said, one individual, you still had holdouts for one person, and another person wanted so they went back and forth. They finally got to a point where they did get 3 votes. Again, it's a 5-member board, and that was the action that occurred to make that appointment. And in doing so, again, anticipating a large number of applicants, then there'll be some who don't really have done as well or haven't been suggested on the board, so that they could be not considered for a motion. Again, I would just point out that secret ballots are not allowed. And so, again, just to go to the next slide, the Roberts Rules of Order would apply. Any board member can make the motion. 4 years, well, it's actually 4 yeas to make the appointment. And again, we can have multiple votes to accomplish that process. So with that, I think the next 2 slides really kind of go together. We have 12 questions. I believe this presentation has been given to you in advance. I don't know that we need to read all of the questions, but at this point, if the board would like to focus in, and I don't know, I'll defer to the president how you would like to proceed with this, but if a board member says, you know, I really like question X, may I ask that? And then if the others agree, that's fine. We just need to come up with 1 question for each board member. So with that, Mr. President, I see there are a few lights on. I don't know if there's some questions we can answer at this time or how you wish to proceed.
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Raleigh, for coming down and with us tonight. And we do have some questions, and for you, and then we'll look at the questions. How's
Okay.
that? So we'll start with Mr. Tillman. It looks like Dr. Flores after.
Mr. Mobley, on this page where it says interview and appointment process, you mentioned that it's going to be a short-term election. You kind of confused me there. I'm assuming that if we appoint someone, then they'll run in the regular November election at the same time we run, right?
That's correct. You
Okay.
have your normal election for some of your seated board members now. The appointment would be until that election. Even though Member Hill's term was to have gone to 2024, you can only go to the November election, and then there would be a two-year term to get it back on the sequence of 4 years beginning in 2024. Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't. So if we make an appointment, that person is appointed until that November election.
Well, yes.
No,
They
you
would-
said December. You gave a date. So that person terms ends, the appointed person that we appoint, their term will end in December.
Be the second Friday in December is
Right.
when the term would expire.
So, and then there'll be a whole group of people that apply to run. And here's a question for you. When they apply to run, there's going to be two different elections going on. One's going to be, they'll apply to run for
Okay,
Dr. Hill, to fill Dr. Hill's seat. And then they'll run also for the regular, other people may run for the regular, or can they run for both at the same time?
I don't believe you can file for both seats, so there'll be the option in, and I think the what do you get, mid-July to early August is the filing period
Right.
that you have to file with the registrar
Right.
of voters. So you pull papers and candidates, potential candidates and incumbents go to the registrar of voters. They can pull papers for the full term or the short term.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, Dr. Flores?
Just to clarify, it'll say short-term and long-term or full-term?
I can't speak entirely
You
for
don't
the
know?
registrar
Okay.
of voters, but there'll be a
Okay.
designation of that will indicate that there's a shorter term, and that will be clear to the people who pull the papers, that they're running
There'll
for.
be a fourth person running,
Mhm.
and that fourth person will run for a 2-year term.
That's correct.
And then 3 people will run for a 4-year term. Okay.
Correct.
So I have 2 questions.
Okay.
On candidate eligibility, can you clarify what is meant by must not be prohibited for constitutional reasons, that is, committed a crime? Why did you put committed a crime?
Well, if a person has committed certain crimes like felonies, they're not eligible to run for elected office.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If a person has committed a felony, they're not eligible to run for elected office.
Okay, that's what that means? Okay, for example, I have committed a crime, okay. But it says must not be prohibited.
Well, for constitutional reasons or statutory reasons, and really
Okay.
that just means that they've committed a crime that would make them ineligible to run for elected
All right.
office.
Okay. So if they've committed a felony or any kind of crime, they are not eligible. Okay, thank you. Oh, and my other question was for the interview questions. Can we revise a little bit?
Yes.
Or are
Dr. Flores, I
these
think that was the
standard?
next conversation.
Oh, that's the next one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So were there any other questions on the presentation? Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, I do. So then, I just wanted to clarify on page, I don't even know what that's, interview, it's candidates will, there's an area where it says draw lots to determine order of interview. What do you mean by draw lots?
Okay, that just means that it could be any
paper,
method.
what?
You could draw names out of a hat. You could draw ping pong balls
okay.
with numbers on them.
Okay.
So it's just a drawing of lots. It's
Oh, okay. Yeah, honestly.
It's a
I've
random way of selecting that
draw
that
the
is
hat,
used.
it's kind of
yeah.
like you put the names in a bowl or something like that, okay. And then on regards, and I do want to clarify as well, so the person that's running to fill that vacant seat will run in November 22, we'll have the election 2022, November 2022, and then they'll rerun again in 2024, November 2024. So we'll have 2 elections that they will have to do within 2 years apart, kind of basically.
That's correct, and that's
Yeah,
in
okay, just wanted to
California law.
clarify, because
Yeah.
I was kind of confused, because her term doesn't end until 2024, so that means they have to rerun again in 2024.
Yeah, for an appointment, you may not serve longer than 2 years in a 4-year term. And so this appointment process would take you up to the next election. Excuse me. And that would be the November election. So there'd be another 2 years remaining on the vacant term. The person could run for that 2-year term.
They choose to, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Just wanted to make sure. And do you know how many applications we received so far?
I'm not receiving those. That goes to the superintendent's office.
Oh, we can't disclose that, okay, I was just
Yeah.
curious, okay.
And again, tomorrow is the deadline, so whatever.
Tomorrow's the deadline. What time? That was my other question. What time is the deadline tomorrow?
It's stated on the website.
It's at 4:30 in the afternoon.
4:30, and that's physically delivered here, as I understand. Yeah.
4:30, and it must be delivered here in the office?
Yes. Is it?
We're not doing them electronically?
No, by hand.
So all of them by hand? Okay. And they have to what?
They have to be signed.
A wet signature? Oh, okay. And then, okay, I think that's basically it. You just answered the questions. Thank you so much.
Righty, thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And now we're on to, there are 12 interview question samples there. And, I was kind of wondering about this, Mr. Mobley. If we looked at questions right now and we said, hey, we like those, we'd actually be disclosing what the questions are already, possibly. I know we're going to probably make them public, but, these are sample questions. Let me say that. I think this probably came from CSBA.
It came from a variety of sources,
Variety of sources,
California School Boards Association, and there
The other
are
way,
others.
yeah, and the other way to avoid it is, Mr. Mobley was right, so they would be public, but the other way is the board, if you wanted to offline, could say each board member send the 1 to 2 questions that they want to definitely ask, and then we narrow it down to 6. We send it back out to the board, so we can get to a process to where we can narrow it down to the 6 questions offline. So it's
That's
up to
a
the
pretty
board.
good
That would be a lot
suggestion, Mr.
easier.
Irvin. And then, sorry, Mr. Irvin, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just say that, then I would probably work very closely with you to make sure that every board member know what the questions are in advance. And I would probably work behind the scenes with Mr.
And for
Mobley as
clarity
well.
for our board, if there was a area that we were concerned with, maybe we wanted to have a question on, we could submit that as well. Okay, because I know there's some areas that I am interested in and I don't see it on here, so. Okay, Dr. Flores, you had a question?
So just to clarify, we will choose 2 questions from this list or modify or revise one that we want, or even think of another one. And then we submit it to you.
Well, I think it would be to the superintendent's office, and then also we would need to determine a deadline for this when we want them turned in.
Submit it to you, Mr. Irvin,
And
okay.
I'll keep the board informed through our regular weekly updates, but it'll probably be a regular update as we get them.
That's not a bad idea. Friday update?
I can work with Ginger to get a timeline.
So, oh yeah, that's what I want to know, the deadline, and then we'll have a final review of the questions.
Well, I think the next question to ask is how far in advance do we want to post them to the public?
Well, your next meeting is on the 8th.
Next Tuesday.
Yeah, so you would not have another meeting to discuss these questions because we would invite the candidates to come prior to the board meeting. We'd give them an orientation, hear any questions that they would have about the process, and then provide the questions, draw lots to determine the order, and
I
then you
heard
would start
that,
your
yeah.
meeting.
I would prefer that you also be involved in that process, Dr. Wyatt, because you're the board president, and looking at over the last to see, like, I would say, this is my priority question, number 1, this is my second one.
Yeah, he does it with me. I don't make that decision.
Okay, so, oh, you don't, I thought it was.
Superintendent does not make the decision.
Okay.
That I send, I get that information, I send it over to the board president. We will,
Okay,
we will communicate by.
All right, I didn't hear
and-
that part. I thought it was just coming to you. So,
No.
okay, so I recommend that we put, this is my number 1 question, this is my second question, and then to see.
Right.
Right, okay.
And then we'll just work out a process offline to send it out to the board. They get back with us by email, and we can move it very quickly. And then remember, the board has till at least the 15th, so you can either review those questions on the 8th, or you can interview the candidates on the 8th, but you still, that's why we have those dates in there. You have the 8th and the 15th.
No, the 8th is when we're going to interview everybody.
Right, that's the date so far.
Yeah,
And then the appointment is on the 15th. for
15th,
swearing in.
yeah,
Yes.
right.
Is-
So we have to have them before the 8th,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That's correct, Dr. Flores.
And as I understand, the 8th is a special meeting, which is a
Right.
single topic meeting, whereas the 15th is a regular meeting. I would recommend
Correct.
that you do this at a special meeting, and it's,
Yeah, we're going to do it.
yeah.
We're going to do it on the 8th as planned.
Folks, I also want to, recommend to keep in mind that these are 2-minute questions. So you don't want your question to be, 45 seconds to ask it and then, minute 15 to answer it. So I looked at some of these, like, these are pretty long questions. And, I want to keep that in mind. If our folks are on a 15-minute timeline, that's going to be tight. That's including us reading the question and them answering the question. Dr. Rogers?
So I didn't hear you when you narrowed it down to 2 questions. And so I don't see why, if it's something in a line with this, if this is a guideline, if a board member sends you 6, you might have continuity, right? Because I don't know how many people are going to be creative and create a brand new question because of that reason, making sure that it's not too long, because you want to give the people their time. But I would also recommend, if you're looking at this as your guideline, to send that type of six of them, because if we may all can narrow it down versus saying give 2 different ones. So I don't know. Is it what I'm hearing is that people want to write their own question more so than kind of look at the guidelines and maybe wordsmith what's here?
I think that's the option we should have, is to be able to look at these. I think
And kind of
Mr. Tillman already submitted some, I think, to
Yeah,
Mr.
because
Irvin.
I circled some myself, and some may need some wordsmithing, but
Yeah.
I'm saying if you only do 2, what if we all did the same 2? You still need a total of 6 questions.
That won't happen, trust me.
Well, if we
Well, it
use
could
this.
happen, Mr.
Yeah,
Tillman. It
because
could
you've
happen.
circled some right now, and I guarantee you, if we compare it, we probably have some similar
I
ones.
guarantee you won't circle mine.
I don't know.
Mr.
Okay,
Board,
well,
Mr.
anyway.
Board
All right,
President,
that's
if-
a debate
Anyway,
another
we came
time
from
now.
the same educational
I don't-
institution in
I
high
mean, if
school,
you-
so
here's the
there
thing,
should be some. but-
Dr. Rogers, if you want to circle more, I'm all for it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
because I'm saying I don't want, because you might end up with less. I mean, if a question is wordsmith, it could be the same question, right? So you're still going to need a total of 6. So that's all I'm saying.
I mean, I just know for myself, there's like 2-3 areas I'm thinking about that are priorities to me on this board and in our schools and our community, our kids that aren't on here. And I think, where's that kid-centered question, right? That's what I'm looking at here. So, I mean, that's just me. So I think we should have the opportunity to be able to craft a question that is something we're passionate about. So, yeah, no, absolutely. Mr. Urban, you had your light on.
No, I'd say that if the board submits the questions that they're interested in, I'll collect them, and then we'll narrow them down and get them back to you, and then we'll reach out to each board member and narrow it down again to the 6.
Absolutely.
So I'm fine with that.
And
Whatever
so our
works.
deadline, we need to have a hard deadline right now.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, look, Dennis is saying absolutely. So, all right, folks.
It's Groundhog
Say
Day.
each
so
board
you-
member will get one question?
We will each have one question, Mr. Tillman. All right, so questions are already coming in, so, I mean, we're on it. Tomorrow, what time?
Anytime, I'll just,
All right.
if they know tonight, they give it to me tonight, that's fine, I'll get them over to Ginger, or you will grab, as soon as you're ready. We're good.
So let's say by tomorrow, the end of business, that would be 4:30. Are we in agreement? Mr. Tillman, your lights on?
No.
All righty, folks.
Mr. President, may
I'm
I
sorry,
just?
Dr. Wyatt, did you clarify as to when they will be released to us? And I know that you were going down the road of not having them released too soon. So, when we get them, it's probably should
Sounds
be
like
at the
the
latest.
Friday update.
I'll send it on
The
Friday,
latest
they will
at the
keep the,
late-
we're gonna keep
And
the
that's going to
Friday
be
update
with
real
some
small.
going back and forth as well with us. Yeah.
There's one more slide.
That's I think, a really comfortable timeline right there. All righty.
Yeah. May I just a
you
closing
may.
comment, just to confirm with the board that we are looking at the potential of a large number of applicants. So we're going to keep it to 15 minutes. Candidates will give an opening statement for 2 minutes, and then there'll be 6 questions. Each board member will ask 1 question, and we'll keep the interview time to 15 minutes so that we then can get through that. And then at the end of all of that, then the board will go into a deliberation process and have discussion about making an appointment. Is that correct? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Dennis, for coming and staying late, and Nikki as well.
You
We
didn't finish the
appreciate you.
last slide, and I had a couple of things, like with regards to voters have some things days to contest the appointment.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. I'm sorry. There is a 30-day period. The education.
And it's the next slide, if they can move
Yeah.
it back,
Yeah,
so I
that's
can.
Next slide.
Keep on going. Oh, maybe it wasn't on that one, was it?
Well, it's on
That
the
one isn't
handout.
displaying, I'm sorry, it shouldn't have been printed, so we're preparing that for next week when we go through the appointment process.
What?
Sorry.
Do you want to discuss it? I think we should discuss it now with Mr. Mobley here.
Yes, please.
Well, there is a process. If there's a challenge, they can select or circulate a petition. That would be for 30 days. That petition would go to the county superintendent. The county superintendent would have 30 days to determine whether it's sufficient. If it is not found sufficient, then the appointment stands. If it is found sufficient, then that would actually bring it to a special election.
All of this would need to be still observed 130 days prior to the election. So let's not get too concerned about that. Let's get an appointment. I think that's in the best interest of the board to fill the vacancy and then to move forward and do good things for kids in this district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we talk about the follow-up question issue?
Oh.
I don't think we've covered that.
Oh,
And
it's
the voice from above, sorry about
David
that.
from your legal counsel. I'm sorry, what was the follow-up question being what?
Well, when we talked yesterday, because of the time limit of 15 minutes per speaker and the desire to make sure that every candidate is asked the same question, we wanted to talk about having the board members agree that there would be no follow-up question. Because then you remember that issue?
Yes, I know what you're talking about, David. We're going to
Yeah.
ask the question, they're going to answer, and there's nothing else
Right,
to be
and
said.
we made that point earlier,
Yeah.
that there wouldn't be clarifying questions, that you would stick to the 6 questions. And again, that's to be fair to all candidates, so that they're all asked the same question. So that part is important as well. And so I'm seeing heads nod, so.
So to be clear, no clarifying questions.
You'd
That's
have
correct.
to ask every candidate that, and if you ask the fourth candidate, the
Can't
first
do
three would
that.
not
Okay,
have had
so
that
no, so just whatever they say.
No follow-up clarifying.
okay.
You've got the basic question, and we have a time limit to get through this. And again, we anticipate a large number of applicants, candidates, and this is to facilitate the process for the board. Again, I'll serve as a taskmaster in this regard, but I'll do so with respect to both the board and to the candidates. All right, thank you.
I have a concern about the 15-minute limit. I think that to answer these complex questions in 2 minutes isn't enough. I'm not saying that we increase it to longer, I mean like 30 minutes, but
My response is that because the questions are being
posted,
provided in advance, so they'll see it before they walk into this room, before this body, that they will have the opportunity to reflect, maybe take some notes, and they can spend a little more time on one question if they feel that that's more important, but realizing the rules are the same for everyone, it'd be 15
are they
minutes.
going to have the timer on?
I believe that would be a good
We'd have
process
to,
to
yeah.
include
Okay.
the timer.
All right.
15-minute timer, they
Mhm.
start speaking, they'll know in advance they have 15 minutes.
Or would it be 2 minutes per question? No?
No, just be 15 minutes and they'll
Yeah,
they'll have to watch their time.
2 minutes per question is a guideline, but if a candidate looks at the questions and wants to spend more time on one question and skip over the others, that's really up to that individual. They need to manage their own time. They're given the questions in advance. And I think this, again, the process would be the same for
Yeah.
everyone.
I just, appealing to my board members, I would add an additional 5 minutes. This is very important, a decision that we have to make, and to be constrained by time, because we don't even know how many people are going to apply.
There's more than a few right now.
Oh,
So I would say the 15 minutes would make sense, in my opinion, but the board can decide what they want to do.
yeah. But they haven't gone through the eligibility criteria, so,
Right. But
yeah.
Mr. Tillman, he has his light on.
I'm just voicing my concern, that's all.
I
I don't know if anybody agrees with me.
I think the 15 minutes is great. They have part of the time for opening statement and a closing statement.
We didn't include a closing statement, but if the board, wants to manage that within the 15 minutes.
I'm just saying, they have 15 minutes, so they can manage how they want to. And I would suggest that we add a part for a closing statement in case they want to just rush through everything and have some big bang at the end, why they should get the.
Annie, is the opening statement part of the 15 minutes?
Yes, all of it is.
Yes.
And I think this is great, because I'd rather get a new board member who doesn't pontificate and talk for a long time. So I think this is perfect
Me
practice.
too, Danny. I
This
would
is a
really
good-
like
This is a
that.
good way to screen them. 15 minutes is perfect. Thank you.
Boy, I hope we take heed of that ourselves, but thank you, Mr. Tillman. Ms. Mobley, I want to get you out of here before you get asked another
All right,
question,
thank you.
because I really enjoyed Mr. Tillman's last comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you again, both of you. All righty, 8.0, 8.1, board member comments. I think we are starting with Ms. Rosales Medina and then going right and then back over here.
I just want to say Super Bowl is coming up soon. I had my 49ers I was supporting, but I'm glad that we have one of our California teams, the Rams, going through. So that's basically it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Right on or what? There is some good news that I do want to share in the district in support of our former board member that is no longer with us, that Congressman Pete Aguilar's office is working on naming a post office after her. And so we have submitted formalized documentation to them, and so it is really, really cool, and they're really, really moving forward with it. And thanks, Ginger. They wanted a statement from the district, and so that's just amazing. You know, what can I say? That's amazing. And I know some of you may have received the documentation I had a chance to send out. They are also honoring Dr. Hill through the headdress ball, and I have the pleasure of being her the model. She had done this before, and so they're going to continue to move forward and support that, because she was a big supporter of that. And then for you all, some of you, I've said if you happen to see me on a video with a pink wig on, I haven't completely lost my mind, and it's not date night, but I'll also be representing her memory with the Susan G. Komen. It's called the Big Wig campaign, and that's also simultaneously going on, and they're doing that in honor of her memory, because she was a big advocate for Susan G. Komen. So definitely want to let you guys know that. And then I also, to the district and superintendent, I believe I saw some of the numbers on the 4-year plan, and I know that was a big lift. But it's good to know that in the midst of this, we have connected with, right at 100% in many cases, but for the students to also still have had that engagement to say, what's going to happen? Where am I going? And I'm sure even in those conversations, there's about how to do it. And there were some conversations where individuals reached out to our district, and Dr. Esquivel is speaking with them about more options for our students when they leave. And so that is still important to our students, because like we talk about the social, emotional, and those are out there, we don't want to leave them with just being overwhelmed. And Molly did a great job, just really bringing it home to us to let us know from the lenses. I think middle school is what she was speaking from. So imagine it's even our high school students it's even more scarier, right? It's still a feeling of where do I go from here? And so I want to applaud the district on that, because I think that was huge, that the 4-year plans was something that we worked on before with the Hope Makers and trying to get out there and do that, and then to come back and revisit that. It's just so important, especially right now. And then Dr. Rodriguez, I will give you the information from Kelly Gilroy. She's from through the Department of Rehabilitation, and she's also a parent in the district, but very supportive of our special education program, and she wants to definitely talk to you about connecting our special education to the Department of Rehabilitation. They got some amazing programs that I happened to hear in a presentation, so I'll get that to you. So those are my comments. Thank you so much, and to everyone, happy Black History Month.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
Oh, I won't take too long. Just had something that had come up a couple weeks back, and I kept forgetting to bring it up, so I wanted to mention it. Last board meeting, I think it was, we spoke about, one of the board meetings, we spoke about parents came and the method of communication, that not everybody had access to, technology and so forth. I had been contacted by several different parents in regards to meetings. So I know that we're still having meetings via Zoom, specifically for the special education students. And so, some parents are sent the link with the and given a date with the expectation that they know how to log in, and they don't. And so we want to make sure that if we are having meetings virtually for parents, any parent, but parents, in special ed, because usually those are more frequent, that we're making sure that they know how to how to get on and access the meeting. Just something to keep in mind. And if we do provide trainings for them, that the trainings are not via Zoom, because then it defeats the purpose. Okay, anyway, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Mr. Tillman? No comment from Mr. Tillman. Dr. Flores?
Just four things. I also want to say that, that we should honor Black History Month. I was going to read a couple of children's books, but I'll save them because it's late. I'll do it next time. And number 2, Happy Lunar Year. It's the year of the tiger, and it symbolizes today, actually, is Chinese New Year. Also Vietnamese and Koreans celebrate it, I believe. And the year of the tiger symbolizes courage and bravery. And so should honor our resilience and our strength to endure all the things that we're going through with this COVID. Thirdly, I know you've gotten notices, but CABE has pivoted to online because of the Omicron surge and the surges coming. And also San Francisco City has put in even more stricter guidelines for in-person conferences. And so the board decided to pivot to online. And that will allow, I think, a lot of more people to participate. And the scheduling will be really great because it'll be in the afternoon after everybody gets out of work, and early evening, like 3:30 to 7, and then on Saturday from 8:30 to 1. So people will be able to participate. And lastly, Mr. Irvin and Dr. Funches, I just would like to know the status of the COVID leave MOUs for our unions and where we're at with those. And Mr. President, when will we agendize them so that we can approve them or vote on them?
I can weigh in on that right now. Gotcha.
I was just writing down what Dr. Flores was asking for. Thank you, Dr. Flores. All done? Oh, Dr. Funches. I'm sorry. Did you have a response?
We've been at the table with CSEA and SBTA, and we're close to those agreements. They're reviewing them, looking them over. They should make the February 15th board. Both should.
All righty. Well, that leaves me, I think. And Dr. Flores, thank you for bringing up the Lunar New Year. I know we discussed that a little bit earlier. I think it was yesterday or earlier in the week, and definitely an amazing celebration for Asian Americans, and I'm glad you brought it up. It's probably something we might even need to look at down the road as a resolution, but specifically I know is our Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean communities that celebrate the Lunar New Year, so thank you again for bringing that up. I think it was last night, okay, losing track of days, our San Diego County School Board Association had its annual meeting, and it was nice. I know Dr. Rogers was there with me as well, and they did a wonderful tribute again to Dr. Hill, and a very, very touching tribute. So just want to say thank you to them. Mr. Mobley was there emceeing that as well, so he's had a busy week, but it was nice meeting. So also got to briefly attend the Superintendent Parent Advisory. It's either committee or council. I'm not sure which is it. Committee. Very, very well attended. We had, I believe, a member from almost every school, if not every school, and then maybe multiple parents from our schools, and getting some solid feedback from our parents. The comments that I heard and were able to see in the chat room. I think that's very, very important because we need that partnership with our parents. I always say we as a district can't do it on our own. We have to do it with our families and our parents to make sure that our students succeed. So great turnout to that, Mr. Ern, good job on that, and your team. And I think that's it for me. Keep it kind of short and sweet. All right. 8.2, superintendent and staff.
I'll focus more on teaching and learning on this one, but we're still moving forward with our units of study in terms of aligning our curriculum across the board. We've talked about bringing alignment across the entire district, so that's moving forward. We have already selected our teacher leadership team members. I believe, Anna, we're pretty much close, right? I think because we're looking at 8 to 12 members per grade level, and they'll be creating, moving forward, creating 12-week units of study, looking at 10 weeks plus 2 weeks to reteach, and then pre and post and so on, and end of unit assessment. So we're moving forward, and really want to thank those teachers out there who stepped up to the plate and wanted to be a part of it, and so that was good. And then our teacher advisory committee, which will be those who are going to be reviewing it and playing a major role in that. And I believe we got one rep per site as well. I think we're close. Dr. Esquivel, Anna, are we close with that? We're pretty close.
Yes, we actually have an orientation meeting on Tuesday for both of those committees.
So we have both. We have the members that
correct.
stepped up and signed up. Good. So we're moving forward with that as planned. And then on the 4-year plans, you saw the data. The goal was to get to 100%, and we're still working on that because we had to come in starting August. That was a tough. I thought we would get maybe at 50% by the end of the year, but if you saw the numbers, we're there. I do think by next year, I believe, Dr. Esquivel, when we start, every student will be on a 4-year plan, digitalized. We'll be able to track it. And the good news here is this. When a student fails a course next year, if we do this right, we'll be able to have early warning signs, and this way we can track those students so they can stay on the A through G pathway no matter what. That's going to be some challenges, but I know once we get the Director of College and Career Readiness, they'll be working closely with our counselors. So we'll be pushing that. There's a couple of some gaps still there that a couple of schools we got to work with very closely, but we know who they are. But again, because of that, we're in this pandemic, we're trying to give a little grace. But we do know at some point we're going to have to we have to push very hard because there's no reason why we can't get to 100% of our kids on the digitalized 4-year plans, and it will allow us when a student fails a class to be notified so we can get the student the support they need. And then the same thing is as we're moving forward with the units of studies, we're looking at learning labs across the entire district at all of our K-8 schools. But right now, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Anna, we're going to pilot 8 of them this year. And again, the purpose of those will be, and I've heard feedback from teachers, so as I'm on the ground, I've been in almost 600 classrooms or so. The feedback is we need them, we need that support, but we just have to make sure we do it right and give the school give each school 2 to 3 options on what that looks like. I know Mrs. Applegate decided we wanted 2 or 3 options versus the 1 option, right? I believe.
Yes, that's correct, because it depends on their facilities, their staff, and so we want to be flexible.
And that will allow us as a district to support those students who are struggling with specific standards and concepts and skills in literacy and math, get the support they need for that 30 to 45 minutes and still be able to participate in class and small group instruction. And hopefully, it should happen during a universal access time so they don't have to lose any of their core instructional time. So we're going to come back with a comprehensive plan, but remember, we have to attack the data and we got to attack it. And I think that the good news is the instruction out there is overall very good in the classroom. The one thing I can say is the teaching is good in the classroom. So we know what the disconnect is just there are no alignment of essential standards across the board, even though some schools have their own essential standards, other schools don't. If we can align that across the board, we think that we're going to see a huge jump, because I still believe that as a large urban district, we can be the best of the best. But again, it comes down to, can we align this? Can we do some alignment here? But again, the instruction in the classroom is pretty good, and we're happy with it. Talking to teachers, and there was an email I think I sent you guys today. That's an example of a teacher saying, hey, here's an issues that we're having out there, and that's just one example. but we get them all the time. And I was at a school today where I'm going to meet with another grade level team and sit down, and they're going to walk me through how they do their lesson planning. And I'm going to go to another school. I'm going to sit with the next grade level to see how they're doing their lesson planning and get some ideas of what are the gaps there, what are we missing here. So this way I don't have to rely on just making assumptions. I got to be on the ground and hear it from them. So that was exciting on that. And then Dr. Esquivel, anything I'm missing on the 4-year plans real quickly so I can finish up my other 3 points? On the 4-year plan?
The only thing to add is that we are really excited to move to a digitized platform. Our current state is that all high schools currently are using a paper copy, and it looks differently depending on what high school you're at. And so this process, the team has been working across departments and divisions so that there is a uniform digital 4-year plan that tracks both A through G, as well as college and career indicator readiness. And again, on the equity side, right, it will provide access to all kids. So that's the training that's going to kick off this spring and summer to launch in the fall.
All the training, remember, even on the teacher and learning side, the teacher leadership team, the teacher advisory council, that's all going to be training. The learning labs, those are all going to be training so we can make sure we do it right. Remember, this year is a prep and planning year. If we do it just right, we'll be at a good place next year. And so we're excited about that. And so, and the last couple of things I had here was I wanted to acknowledge Dr. Benares. She was appointed president-elect for CALSA. Congratulations, that came through. And she's going to make sure the conferences next year are, back, aligned with AXA, right? That's hopefully. And then also I want to thank the San Bernardino Superintendent of School for recognizing our 2 Golden Bell Awards last night. I know some of you attended that. And then our Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee. Again, one of the goals when I came in here told the board we're going to restructure how we do our parent advisory group. And the good news was we were able to get all of our parent advisory reps online last night. We had over 94 total people on the line. They only needed 1 rep per site. They also have an alternate. Beatrice and her team did an outstanding job of organizing it. The parents felt special. And these are parents who are actively involved at every school but are not a part of an advisory committee. So I want to be clear there. These are parents who are actively involved at every school. They love the idea of the parent advocate, so we're moving forward with that soon. We're going to have a parent advocate at every site that will be an advocate for parents and help them navigate the system. And then we have that parent advisory rep as well, superintendent parent advisory rep at every site. So now they'll have 2 voices out there that will help us get the message out there and help us make sure there's clarity. So overall, and I know people get tired of me talking about teaching and learning, and I apologize for that, but I do think that we got to continue as a district to focus on teaching and learning, because I truly believe that as we get on the other side of this pandemic and we put these systems and structures in place, ladies and gentlemen, next year our students will be well prepared and our teachers will be well prepared to really tackle the structure, the deficits that we had in learning this year because of the pandemic. But I will tell you this, though, in every classroom that I've been in, the kids are on task, they're focused, the teachers are delivering quality instruction. So across the board, ladies and gentlemen, the instruction out there is solid, taking into consideration of what we've been through over the last couple of years. So I truly still believe that we're going to get there. And so we'll continue to get feedback from our team and our staff, and we'll continue to be on the ground. And I always, again, invite anyone who wants to visit with me to, anybody want to go with me to visit classroom. But we're also going to be doing really quickly in the Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee, starting next week. When I do go to classrooms, because I visit 4 schools a day, they're now going to invite the Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee member so that parent can go and see what we're doing. And that's another way for us to build parent capacity in their voice and allow them to see what's happening in the classroom. So they're not just a member of a committee, they can actually go and join. And secondly, as we get those parent advocates, there'll be another opportunity for parents to know at that school site they can call that individual. Instead of calling a board member or myself or someone else, they can call it advocate. They should be helping them navigate through the system and through the parent center. So that's the goal right now. I think we're close. Sandra, I think we're close with that, right? Are we close?
Yes, we are. We're actually working on their badges so that way they're official in their official capacity. So the meeting went exceptionally well. We got great feedback and looking forward to great things.
Yeah, so that's where we are with that, and so on the teaching and learning side, I think we're feeling good about it. But again, it's been a long road. There's a lot of battles out there, but I think in the end, it's going to be what's good for kids. And I always want to make sure I end with that we have to continue to focus on making decisions in the best interest of kids and providing our staff and students and our parents with the support they need to be successful. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. All right, we'll move on to 9.1, approval of personnel report number 13 dated February 1st, 2022, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
Moved.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Yeah, you do. It is.
All righty, motion carries. We'll move on to 9.2, which is memorandum of understanding between San Diego City Unified School District and San Diego Teachers Association, short-term independent study. I'm going to close the current session and then open the public hearing. All right, on January 6, 2022, the district and SBTA met to negotiate the effects and implementation of the short-term independent study for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. All districts are required to offer independent study as an educational option unless they receive a hardship waiver, contract to provide independent study through the County Office of Ed, or enter into an interdistrict transfer agreement for the relevant students with another LEA. And the law requires districts to offer independent study as an alternative to in-person instruction for 2021-2022. Be it resolved that the Board of Education adopts a memorandum of understanding, MOU, between San Diego City Unified School District and San Diego Teachers Association short-term independent study.
So moved. Second.
All right, it was moved by Dr. Forrest and seconded by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion? All right, there's no discussion. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing, reopen the regular meeting. All right, we're on 10.0, consent items.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Mr. Tillman, seconded by Ms. Rosas Medina. Any items to be removed or pulled? All right, that's really good news, boy. Thank you. All right, we'll keep it rolling. You're right, Dr. Rogers. All righty. Boy, this is new, kind of hard to think about when we don't have anything pulled. All right, well, for the consent items, do we have a motion to accept?
We did already.
Oh, we did. I'm sorry, who did that?
Voting now.
Wow, you guys are fast, man. I got me on that one. Well, let's vote again for me. I have to thank my colleagues for trying to get us out of here before tomorrow. All right, motion carries. We're on to 11.1, review of board requests. Staff will review items, updates, and requested. 11.1.
Good evening, Board. I will admit that I've been a little sleepy tonight, so hopefully I didn't miss any of your questions. But let me start with Mr. Danny Tillman, who asked that we would consider providing funding to assist the Personnel Commission with recruitment. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would look into water quality in the school drinking fountains. Mr. Danny Tillman asked, and there were several of these throughout the next section, but asked that we would make clear and easy to understand that we will get parental consent in advance of testing. Dr. Flores and Ms. Ceballos asked if we would make clear when students have to go home based on the new testing model and for how long that might be. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina and Dr. Wyatt asked that we would look into alternative methods of testing to accommodate those who cannot self-swab, something such as a saliva test. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked that we might, if we might be able to find some alternative to sending students home if they don't test. Goodness, where was I? Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would consider allowing students to stay in school while testing at home or elsewhere. Only send them home if they have a negative test that isn't obtained by day 5. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would use multiple means of communicating with families, and also asked if we had enough tests on hand. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked how we will communicate the impact of additional letters that are going home based on group testing and how that might connect with the perception of cases that are posted to the dashboard. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked how we would get information to the board quickly when there are changes to guidance that impact our operations. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that asked us to confirm that we were following HIPAA laws when we're testing and reporting test results. Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would provide information about the estimated well, this was out of the PowerPoint on the budget. He asked that we would provide information about the additional education investments and how much we estimated would be coming from those. Mr. Danny Tillman then asked how we could use ESSER funds to support salaries based on some new guidance from the Secretary of Education. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked if we would consider using Hope Makers to intervene like we did before with them as mentors, and also encouraged that we connect with the Department of Rehabilitation. And then Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would provide additional support to parents who want to participate in online meetings but might need more guidance or training to log in.
Can I just clarify? I like your process. I likened it to the Hope Makers process, but we've far succumbed based on what you guys are doing to get these 4-year plans. So I don't know if you need additional, but I just was saying, I know we started it, but you guys are doing good. And then just a little bit more clarity into specifically the changes that take place with the CDC, and those are the things we need clarity on. As what point does this board want to weigh in or need to weigh in? And so, Mr. President, I know that's be something you'll be discussing with the superintendent, just so we don't run into this problem that we just ran into. So that was my specific question, is those changes, because they come immediately. So,
and I also wanted to add with regard to special ed for students that are it's also utilizing nurses or some paid staff to help administer those tests in case the parents give permission and so forth. So it's not just necessarily looking at additional different types of tests, but it's also looking for people that can administer it.
Got it. Thank you so much.
All righty. Thank you.
I have an additional one. I had asked about this, if we were going to agendize the MOU, COVID leave MOU, for February 15th from our unions.
I
Yes, you
actually
did,
did
Dr.
capture
Borja.
that, but I thought that Dr. Funches answered that. Because he did say that we would be bringing it by the 15th, I think.
But I want you to record that.
Okay, I did. I got it. Okay, thank you so much. I'll make sure that it's there. Thank you.
I believe there's one more item, and Ms. Rosales Medina, correct me if I'm wrong. You've been asking for a report from HR. Was that in the Friday update, or did you ever receive that?
Was it in the, Dr. Funches?
I don't remember seeing it, but.
I did get clarity from Mrs. Medina on that, and we're working on that extensive report that'll capture all of the district staff ethnicity. It just takes a little bit of time to make sure it's accurate.
Right, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Wyatt.
Okay, thank you,
To
Ms.
adjourn?
Ontiveros again. We had a motion to move to adjourn by Mr. Tillman, second by Ms. Ceballos. Thank you, board and executive cabinet and guests tonight. We finished an hour and 40 minutes sooner than last meeting, so we're trending in the right direction. If we could do that on the next meeting, I'll be very impressed.